Test 1 2 1 2 1 2 3 4.
Good evening, and we can officially say welcome to the 2025 Reading Fightin Phils season. Opening night from America's Classic Ballpark, FirstEnergy Stadium, where this year we are kicking off the 75th anniversary season of this great ballpark. And tonight, a new season begins, a season filled with tons of promise for the Reading Fightin Phils. And we welcome you into the broadcast booth. My name is Jake Starr, joined alongside by Bob McCool, and Bob and myself are extremely excited to tell the story of the 2025 Reading Fightin Phils season. And we sure hope it's going to be a fun one and a good one to tell throughout the season. It is a gorgeous night here in Reading. It was some rain and some clouds earlier today, but that has all dissipated. Temperatures in the mid-60s. The crowd, which is going to be a great one, continues to file on in for our 6:45 first pitch of our season opener. First one at home since 2022 between the Reading Fightin Phils and the Portland Sea Dogs. And it's all coming to you right here on the Fightin Phils Radio Network and new for this year on 830 WEEU.com. Well, there's only one man that can help us preview the 2025 season in the best way. That's the Fightin Phils skipper, Al Patrique. So when we come back, we sit down with the manager ahead of opening night 2025. Welcome back inside FirstEnergy Stadium. We are just moments away from the first pitch of the 2025 season. Once again, I'm Jake Starr, joined alongside by Bob McCool. You just heard from the Phillies manager, Al Padrique, on our pregame show here on the Fightin Phillies radio network, also on 830weeu.com. Well, that manager, Al Padrique, is currently standing at home plate alongside his counterpart, Chad Epperson, and the umpires for tonight's game, and going over some ground rules. And there's some new ones this year as we have the expanded dugouts and some modifications to the field. So definitely some new ground rules to bring in. And speaking of bringing in, I will do that to my broadcast partner right now, Bob McCool. I know we talked Tuesday night, but officially, welcome back to the broadcast. And just, first of all, talk about the excitement of opening night.
Well, if you can't get excited and you're not excited on opening night, then you're in the wrong line of work. There's no doubt about that. And it is when everything starts anew. And for the Reading Fightin Phillies in the last couple of seasons, it has been a rough stretch. But as always, there is optimism on opening day, and there is certainly optimism with what lies here with the Reading Fightin Phillies as this roster is put together to start the 2025 season. Obviously, the focus of the attention is going to be on Aiden Miller, who's going to be somewhere near the top of the lineup on almost every night, and he's going to be playing shortstops more often than not. But there's a lot of expectations and a lot of hope for Aiden Miller. He's the number 2 ranked prospect in the Phillies organization, and he's only obviously 20 years of age. He'll be 21 in June. But the Phillies drafted him because of his bat and the power that lies within that bat, and thinking that eventually he's going to become a corner infielder or outfielder. And Aiden Miller said, I'm good at shortstop. I kind of like playing shortstop. And getting a chance to talk with him on Monday during media day and talking to him about that, he seems to, I'm not going to say he's got a chip on his shoulder about it, but I think he has kind of made up his mind that he wants to prove to everybody that he can play shortstop. And his manager, Al Padrique, who did play shortstop in the major leagues, believes that he can and does have the ability to play shortstop in the major leagues. But what he will tell you is, no matter what, Al Padrique truly does believe that Aiden Miller will be playing in the major leagues at some point in the future.
Well, Aiden Miller is taking the field along with his Reading Fightin Phillies teammates. And as they do that, let's go through tonight's starting lineups presented by Golden Oaks Landscaping. First for the visiting Sea Dogs, Mikey Romero leads off at shortstop. Alan Castro bats second. He plays left. Justinson Garcia bats third and center. Blaze Jordan bats fourth at first base. Ronald Rosario bats fifth at DH. Max Ferguson is sixth at second base. Tyler Miller, seventh at third base. Mark Kolsvary is eighth to catcher. And Corey Rozier bats ninth in right field. On the mound for the Sea Dogs tonight, it's Tyler Uberstein. For the Fightin Phillies tonight, Trent Farquhar leads off. He'll play second. Aiden Miller bats second and plays short. Leandro Pineda is third in right field. Keaton Anthony bats fourth at first base. Hendry Mendez is fifth in left field. Caleb Ricketts does the catching and bats sixth. Luis Verdugo is seventh. He'll play third. Ilio Prado is eighth in center. And Andrick Nava rounds things out for Al Padrique and bats ninth. And Bob on the mound for the Fightin Phillies tonight is one of the newer members of the big Phillies 40-man roster. That's Gene Cabrera.
Well, Gene Cabrera is one of several pitching pieces of the puzzle for the Phillies that I think might be a little bit flying under the radar because of the focus of Aiden Miller. There is some pitching on this roster, and Gene Cabrera is one of the key components of it. He is not big. He's 6'4", he's 6 foot, he's 145 pounds. He's 23 years of age. Right now he's regarded as the number 11 prospect in the Phillies organization. Native of Venezuela. Last year, started the season in Jersey Shore, made 14 starts with the Blue Claws, and then made 5 more starts in Reading after being promoted in the month of July. Hit his time with Reading in 5 starts. He was 1-1 with a 4.85 earned run average. Fastball's in the mid-90s. He's got a sweeper. His changeup is perhaps his best pitch.
First pitch of the season to Romero is swung on and popped into center. Prado in a couple of steps. One pitch and one out for Gene Cabrera.
Well,
first pitch fired home at 6:49 p.m.
No reason not to get started. Get started in a hurry. Mikey Romero not wasting any time and up there swinging away, and Cabrera has himself an out with just one pitch thrown.
So Alan Castro will dig in from the left side for the Sea Dogs. Our temperature at first pitch, 65 degrees and cloudy. And first pitch to Romero's up for a ball. It's 1-0. Game time temperature is presented by All Temp Enterprises. Ball and no strike to count to Castro. Cabrera fires, and it's a bit up, 2-0 to Castro. Castro played 123 games last year between High-A Greenville and Portland. 2-0 to him is swung on a miss. It's 2-1.
Looked like he took a little bit off of that pitch, got it over the plate. Whether that was his changeup or not, couldn't really tell. But again, that is his best pitch, and if it's a 2-0 changeup, that's pretty good.
So 2-1 the count. Cabrera, the righty, fires, and that is been inside 3-1. Cabrera, 23 years old. Signed with the Phillies as an international free agent out of Venezuela back in 2019. And pitch home is on the inside corner for a called strike. It runs the count full to Alan Castro. Feels like Cabrera is one of many Phils who are from Al Padrique's native country, Venezuela. 3-2 home. Swung on, ground ball second. Farquhar waits back on it, flips the first in time. 4 out, number 2. Very efficient start, Bob, for Gene Cabrera.
Yeah, and to your point about the other starters that we're talking about as well, Moises Chasez, who the Phils got last year in a trade with the Baltimore Orioles, will be a big piece of it. He also is a native of Venezuela, as is Aberson Castellanos, the Venezuelan connection. And, of course, Al Padrique, the manager for the Fightin Phils, is from Venezuela as well. He's kind of smiles and chuckles when I brought that factor up. But they're not alone. And you add in some veteran guys as well, guys who will get to start tomorrow night. Gabe Moser.
First pitch to Garcia was a strike. Next one misses just outside for a ball. It's 1-1.
As well as the guys whom Phillies fans will know, and that's Griff McGarry will be a part of the starting rotation, and Braden Fosslott. They really have 6 starters here on this roster.
1-1. Bit in tight, Garcia, 2-1. I mean, Al Padrique said it in our pregame show tonight. It feels like it's the deepest rotation he has had so far in Reading. 2-1 is bit beneath the knees. 3 balls and 1 strike. Just thinks on Garcia.
It'll be interesting to see how the Phils play it out, if they're going to use a 6-man rotation or if they'll just use, if somebody will eventually just kind of find themselves in a long relief role.
And 3-1's in tight to Garcia. He takes it, ball 4. So after 2 outs from Cabrera, he walks Garcia. Back-to-back 3+ ball counts from the righty as well, as Blaze Jordan, who we've seen a handful of times here in Reading the last couple of years, digs in from the right side. Jordan did deal with some injuries last year as he repeats Double-A. The first pitch to him's bit down for a ball. It's 1 ball and no strikes.
He's fallen a little bit off the scale in terms of the Red Sox depth in their organization. He was one of their higher prospects when he got here 2 years ago.
1 ball, no strike to Jordan. Pitch at home is outside, 2-0. Umpires tonight, Josiah Shepard has balls and strikes. Brian Laws is at first. Garrett Nelson is our third base umpire. And while Caleb Ricketts goes out to talk to Gene Cabrera, let's do the defense for the Fightin Phils. Keegan Anthony's at first. Trent Farquhar plays second. Aiden Miller's at short. Luis Verdugo's at third. Leandro Pineda in right. Ilio Prado in center. Hendry Mendez is in left. And like we said, Caleb Ricketts is the battery mate for Gene Cabrera tonight. 2 balls, no strikes to Blaze Jordan. Pitch home. That gets the knees for a called strike. It's 2-1. 2 outs in the top half for the first inning. Still no score as Garcia gets the lead off first. Cabrera from the stretch toes the first base side of the rubber and fires home as the runner takes off. But the pitch is swung on and fouled straight down. It's 2-2.
The big claim to fame for Blaze Jordan coming up was his power. And the Red Sox was a 3rd-round draft pick of him in 2020. But coming up through his youth league, he was in a lot of different home run type of competitions and always fared very well. But Red Sox are still waiting to see that at the professional level.
2-2. Bit outside. 3 balls and 2 strikes to Jordan. Blaze Jordan hit his first Double-A home run here in July of 2023. The pitcher, Orion Kerkering, was his only blown save at the Double-A level.
Well, he's got that in his pocket.
3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Runner goes, payoff. Swing and a miss. Struck him out on an off-speed pitch. 86 from Gene Cabrera. And that's how the top half of the first inning comes to an end. No runs for the Sea Dogs, no hits. They do leave one. We have played one half from Baseball Town. Sea Dogs nothing. Fightin' Phils coming to bat. Bottom half of the first inning, Portland nothing, Fightin' Phils coming to bat. And while they do that, let's once again take a look at the our Phils starting lineup presented by Golden Oaks Landscaping. Trent Farquhar will lead off at second base. Aiden Miller, the shortstop, bats second. Leandro Pineda, third and right field. Keaton Anthony, fourth at first base. Hendry Mendez is fifth in left field. Caleb Brickett, sixth, the catcher. Luis Verdugo, seventh at third. Elio Prado's eighth, the catcher. And Andrik Nava is ninth at DH. They'll go against Tyler Uberstein, who's kind of making his return after missing a couple of years.
Yeah, it's been a while. He got a chance to at least get back last year in August and made 3 starts with Greenville, the high level IA level for the Boston Red Sox. But to Jake's point, he missed all of 2023 and most of 2024.
First one, the Farquhar gets the outside corner for a strike. It's 0-1.
It's kind of a hard luck story or a good luck story, depending on how you look at it. He was drafted by the Red Sox out of Northwestern University in 2021.
0-1 is in tight to the lefty Farquhar, 1-1.
But he was not. He had nothing coming out of college. He kind of went through a late growth spurt.
Ball and a strike to count to Trent Farquhar. Pitch home. Squares the bunt. Gets it down. It's a beauty. Uberstein over to get it. Throw to first. Pulls Blaze Jordan off the bag. That'll be an infield single for Trent Farquhar to start off this game. You love to see that, Bob.
Yeah, we do. This is something. We saw a little bit of this. We had the scrimmage on a Tuesday night when the Fightin' Phils played Jersey Shore. We saw a little bit of that from the Fightin' Phils that night. And kind of interesting that we're laying down bunts in a scrimmage. It's not necessarily what you want to do, but I think maybe that's a telltale sign that might be. I mean, look, this is the kind of baseball that the manager, Al Padrique, loves to play.
First one, the Miller is over for a called strike. It's 0-1.
He talked about that with us last year, that he felt like he had some guys that, you know, his first season in Reading, it was more of a kind of sit back and wait for the power.
0-1. In tight to Miller, 1-1.
But I think if Al has his way, he'd rather try and make some things happen rather than just kind of sit back for the power.
1-1 strike to Miller. Phillies number 2 overall prospect. Didn't play Tuesday night in the scrimmage, but gets the opening night start at shortstop. Pitch home. Miller swings and he pops it up first base side in foul territory. Jordan and Coles Very go over. Blaze Jordan, the first baseman, makes the catch just in front of the Fightin' Phils dugout for out number 1, and that'll bring Leandro Pineda to the plate.
Needed to make those dugouts just another step or so wider. The brand new dugouts here at FirstEnergy Stadium, they are outstanding. They're vastly bigger than they were, and they actually come out onto the playing field just a little bit. And Blaze Jordan was right up against those railings to make that catch.
So here's Leandro Pineda from the left side. First pitch home is swung on and hit back foul. It's 0-1. Pineda homered the other night. Showcased power. Saw it a little bit last year with the Fightin' Phils. Had 3 home runs in Double-A, but missed the last month and a half of the season with a thumb injury. 0-1 is swung on and a ground ball off the glove of Ferguson at second. Shoots into shallow center field. Farquhar turns around second. He heads to third. That's for hole B. Gotta think that's going to be a base hit for Leandro Pineda, and if so, Runners in the corners and one out for Keaton Anthony.
It was hard off the bat of Pineda, and it was on kind of a late movement from Ferguson. He was a little bit late to move and dive, and all he could do was get a glove on it. And once he did, that opened up the opportunity for Farquhar to turn on the jets and go around because he slowed it down and a long run in for Garcia to come get it. So it allows Farquhar to easily roll into third base, and the Phils have it rolling here in the top half of the first inning.
108 off the bat on that line drive from Leandro Pineda.
Yeah, so it's kind of hard to say that Ferguson was late to move on it because it was hit so hard.
First one to Anthony is swung on and rolled over towards short off the glove of Romero, and what should have been a tailor-made double play ball is an E6 that scores Trent Farquhar, and it's 1-0 Fightin' Phils.
That is a break because, as Jake said, off the bat, I think everybody in the ballpark, including Keaton Anthony, you could just kind of see just a moment where the air went out because everybody knew that was a two-hopper to the shortstop, and that was a double play and a missed opportunity. And all of a sudden, it's a huge opportunity.
So here's Hendry Mendez from the left side. First pitch to him. He's swinging. That's a broken bat flare. Shallow right. Ins Rozier. Lands in front of him for a base hit. Everyone goes station to station. Pineda stops at third, and that'll load the bases for Caleb Ricketts. Bob, they are swinging, and they're swinging early tonight.
Yeah, they are. And again, Mendez strong enough, even though it was a broken bat, to get it into right field. By the way, that is an RBI still for Keaton Anthony because you cannot assume the double play, so he gets the RBI. It was also a nice play by the right fielder Rozier to kind of freeze everybody on the bases for a moment. He made Pineda hold up, thinking that maybe he might come in and catch it, even though he really had no shot to get it. But it's a nice play by the right fielder. At least saves the run for the time being.
Here's Caleb Ricketts. First pitch to him. A ground ball through the whole right side, base hit. Scoring is Pineda. Anthony goes to third. Everyone stops at their stations. It's 2-0 Fightin' Phils on an RBI single from Caleb Ricketts.
Well, here's what you like to see is that you're taking advantage of a big mistake. Because, to be honest, right now, the Sea Dogs should be at the plate. And instead, because of the error, it opens up the opportunity. And to Jake's point, there's no reason to wait for the second pitch if the first one is one you like, and the Phils are up there swinging.
So bases loaded, one out for Luis Verdugo. Fightin' Phils on top already, 2-0 in the bottom half for the first inning. Uberstein from the stretch fires, and Verdugo takes it for ball. It's 1-0.
If you're a Uberstein, you cannot throw a strike there.
No.
You have not, there's no, I mean, you make him goes out of the zone, but I mean, if he comes right back with a pitch there, they're just going to start teeing off on you. You got to throw one outside the strike zone.
1-0 is on the outside corner, 1-1. Clearly, Redding's either seeing something from him or something in the scouting report that's having them attack early. Could be the case of a pitcher who hasn't pitched much in a couple of years, and he's just trying to get ahead in counts. Ball and a strike to Luis Verdugo. Pitch home is swung on and missed. It's 1-2. Slider at 83 from Uberstein. Verdugo, first year in the Phillies organization, signed as a minor league free agent over the winter. The 1-2, he swings and he fouls it back.
Yeah, slider very much on the fists of Verdugo. To be honest, Verdugo pretty fortunate just to be able to foul that off, because if that is in play anywhere, he could have gotten nothing on. It was a very late, very defensive swing from Luis Verdugo.
1-2. That's up, 2 balls and 2 strikes.
That's a great take.
Yeah, slider just at about the letters. Verdugo spent last year in the Cubs system, played for AA Tennessee, 109 games, which was a career high for him. And he bats the bases loaded and 1 out in the first. Pitch home, outside, 3-2.
Another good take. This is a situation, if you think about this, it's opening night. Your first trip to the plate, first at bat in a new organization, bases loaded. You want to do something. You're a little chompy at the plate, and you take 2 pitches just outside the strike zone to get to 3-2.
And time's called by Verdugo. Full count, 1 out, bottom of the first inning. Redding's on top, 2-0.
But that's one of the things that Al Padrique likes about Luis Verdugo. He got a little bit of a veteran presence to him.
Infield back for Portland. They're trying to turn 2 with the bases full of Fightins. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. Verdugo behind a fastball at 92. So he's down on strikes. That's the second out of the inning. And that'll bring Elio Prado to the plate. Prado, the 8th member of the Fightin' Phils, to the plate this inning. Bases remain loaded, 2 outs in the first. The Redding's on top 2-0. Going to be intrigued to see after this inning how many of those runs go down as earned against Uberstein. First pitch, a ball, it's 1-0.
I guess you can't assume the double play. That therefore the initial thought process is they're all unearned because you should have been out of a double play. But again, you can't assume the double play.
1 ball, no strikes to Prado. Pitch home. Swings and he fouls it straight back. It's 1-1.
So maybe you look at it that the first run is earned, but everything after that certainly is unearned.
Ball and a strike, 2 outs. Anthony on third. Mendez second. Ricketts on first. None being held on. And the pitch home. Outside for a ball. They'll appeal the swing. Brian Laws says Prado held up.
That was a pretty easy call. That was barely off his shoulder.
Colesberry was like, yeah, you know what? Never hurts.
It's early.
It's not like challenges where you lose them.
Maybe he wasn't paying attention early.
2-1 the pitch. Inside, almost hit Prado. Now it's a hitter's count of 3-1.
It's really a big spot. I mean, Uberstein gets out of this with nothing more than this damage. That's a great job by him. But a chance for the Phils to really break this thing open early.
Uberstein's ready, fires home. And Prado will swing, and he lofts it straight back foul, and the count stays full, 3-2.
But I think that's the big thing for Uberstein. You've got to make him hit it. You got to make him hit his way on here. You can't walk in the run.
Prado gets time. Excellent crowd on hand. Both grandstands full, deck full, main grandstand pretty much packed too. Looking for a huge first inning from their Fightin' Phils. 3-2 home. And that is at the knees, caught strike 3, and Prado goes down on strikes. Reading does get 2 runs in the inning. They did it on 4 base hits. There was 1 error. It was a costly one, and the bases are left loaded. We've played 1 full on opening night from Baseball Town. Fightin' Phils on top. It's 2-0. Top half of the second inning as the Fightin' Phils are on top of the Portland Sea Dogs 2-0. And in this top half of the second inning, also just a reminder that International Fireworks, the official sponsor of the Phils fireworks shows during the 2025 season, head to their store at 242 Sycamore Road in Douglasville or visit fireworksrus.com. So top half of the second inning, Fightin's on top 2-0. Ronald Rosario will lead off. And with that, we are very excited to welcome in Maggie Fix, the Director of Marketing and Administration at Alarm Tech Systems. And Alarm Tech, name might sound a little familiar. That's because tonight we unveiled the Alarm Tech Phils team store. And Maggie, just how's the night been? And being at that ribbon cutting earlier had to have been an awesome experience.
Yes, thank you for having us. We were absolutely blown away with the store and our logo everywhere. It is more than we could have ever imagined. When we decided that we wanted to do a sponsorship with the Phils, when Pigs presented the team store to us, it was just exactly what fit our brand.
First pitch of the ball, next pitch to Rosario, swung on, hit in the center, and at the edge of the warning track, Prado will make the catch for out number 1. So I know yesterday yourself, your whole family had a chance to see the store for the first time. Talk about just when you walked in for the first time, because not only are you the new naming rights partner for the store, but you get to usher in this new era of the team store, 3 times the size, more selections than ever.
Yeah, it's huge. It is honestly better than some of the major league teams, and I think everybody should come out and check it out. It's awesome.
Max Ferguson laid a bunt down, which was an absolute beauty, like our team store, and beats it out. There was no throw at first base, so runner on first for Tyler Miller. And Alarm Tech is also the sponsor for tonight's Phil's Hawaiian shirt, celebrating the 75th anniversary of FirstEnergy Stadium. Did you get yourself a Hawaiian shirt?
Yes, I did. I can't wait to put it on.
Awesome, awesome. So Miller digs in from the left side. First pitch is swung on and hit back foul, 0-1. So I think one of the things about Alarm Tech that really stands out is it's a family business. It's been in the family. It's stayed in the family. I remember me and Anthony Pignetti, one of our sales guys here at the Phillies, went and visited and just was so impressed with just how close you all are. Makes you feels like the whole family works there. Just how special and important is it to have that family values within the company?
Yeah, my dad started this company with my Uncle Pat Meals, and they worked for an electrician, and they found out that there was a need in the area for fire alarms specifically, so that's where they started. And as they kept growing, they were former firefighters, so they just figured, there's this need for protection in our area.
Next pitch to Miller was a tap right in front of the plate. Cabrera makes a nice play and throws the first to get Miller out. So 2 outs from Mark Colesberry, the catcher for the Sea Dogs. So I know Alarm Tech's kind of been a partner with the Fightin' Phils for many years, but of course this year kind of taking that next step with the team store. Just what is it about the Fightin' Phils, even not about just the team store, that makes Alarm Tech and the Phils such a compatible partner?
So the Phils, you guys have a very similar, I would say, brand to ours. You're family oriented, you're local, you work, live, and you give back to the community, and that's what Alarm Tech tries to do. Like I said, we protect with fire alarms, security systems, anything that suppresses the fire. So it just means a lot that the Phils give back to the community in the same capacity that we do. And
you walk around FirstEnergy Stadium, a lot of things you'll see around the stadium are provided by Alarm Tech systems. So, it's one of those things that it's a great relationship between the Phils and Alarm Tech. Colesberry makes it 0-2 as he swings and misses at that one. Once again, it's no balls, 2 strikes to Colesberry, 2 outs, top of the second, 2-0 our score. Once again, joined by Maggie Fix, the Director of Marketing and Administration at Alarm Tech Systems. 0-2 is bit down. It's 1 ball and 2 strikes. And of course, the Phils team store, Phils Alarm Tech, Phils team store. Ton of selections, Throwback Thursday, Luchador, Hot Dog, regular pinstripe, a brand new shipping department, shirt presses. It's just, you don't want to miss it. Make sure you check it out. 1-2, swing and a miss, struck him out. And Mag, I know before we let you go, we just wanted to also make sure we send our condolences to the family of Ralph Sonny Keller. Passed away last week. Long-time Phils games. Made it out to many games through the year with Richard Dick Fix. Was known by your family as Pop.
Yep. He loved coming out to the game with Pop, and unfortunately he did purchase a ticket for tonight, but he couldn't be with us today. So we're hoping he's looking down on us and celebrating.
Well, we send our deepest condolences and hope for a great Phils win tonight for him. Well, Maggie Fix, thank you so much for your continued partnership.
Thank you.
And thank you so much for joining us tonight. We can't wait to catch up with you again soon.
Thank you so much.
So that is the end of the inning. Fightin' Phils on top 2-0. Bottom of the second up next here on the Fightin' Phils Radio Network. Bottom half of the second inning is brought to you by Cornwall Manor, an active senior living, not-for-profit community in scenic Cornwall, PA, just outside of Lebanon. So bottom half of the second inning, Fightin Phil's on top of Portland. It's 2-0, 9-1-2. So up for the R Phils here in the frame, starting with Andrik Nava, then back to the top of the lineup. Once again, I'm Jake Starr. Back with me for the inning is Bob McCool. We're just joined by Maggie Fix from Alarm Tech in the top half of the second inning. Uberstein's first pitch to Nava. He's swinging away early, but he misses. It's no balls and one strike. Andrik Nava split last year between Reading and Jersey Shore. 0-1 home is swung on a miss, no balls and two strikes to Andrik Nava. Missed some time with a leg injury last summer after joining Reading. 0-2 is up for a ball, 1-2. Also, Nava, I don't know if you noticed on media day, slimmed down quite a bit. He looks really, really good this year.
Yeah, I thought that Tuesday night at the scrimmage. I thought he looked.
1-2, swing and a miss. Nava down on strikes. Chases a changeup down low. So third strikeout for Tyler Uberstein, and that'll flip the lineup card back over to Trent Farquhar.
One thing that Nava can give you, because he's a switch-hitting catcher, it's just a very valuable commodity to have with rosters and the roster sizes as this season unfolds. Right now, the Phils are carrying three catchers, with Paul McIntosh being a part of that. But
first pitch to Farquhar. He swings and floats it foul down the left field line. It's 0-1.
It allows you the opportunity to use one of those catchers as a DH if you so choose, but having a switch hitter as a part of that mix with a catcher will certainly help, because Caleb Ricketts will bat left-handed, McIntosh will bat right-handed.
And Farquhar,
Yeah,
okay, it sounded like he broke his bat.
Sure did.
But then I saw him step back in there, so he goes and he gets a new one.
I think it's a good thing he figured that out before the next time he makes contact.
That's what it sounded like up here, at
It
least.
did. Now, not as significant as the broken bat that Gene Cabrera induced last inning. That was a broken bat. There was no question about that.
And the pitch to Farquhar is bit down. It's 1 ball and 1 strike. And Uberstein winds and deals. Bit down for a ball, 2-1. Fightin Phil's tonight, not in their usual Friday luchador uniforms. They're in their home pinstripes tonight with the red caps and the white at fist. And the 2-1 is taken for a strike, 2-2 to Trent Farquhar. Portland in their road navy blues, say Sea Dogs across the front in red. 2-2 is swung on at a chopper. Back to the mound. Uberstein to his right fields. It fires the first in time. And Trent Farquhar is retired. So 2 quick outs, and that'll bring Aiden Miller to the plate for the Fightin Phils. Miller, who will dig in from the right side, 0 for 1 tonight. Hopped up in foul territory in the first. First pitch to him. Big swing and a miss from Miller. It's 0-1. Next pitch to Miller is a bit down, 1-1 to Miller. Ultimately played across 3 levels in the Phillies organization last year. Started in Clearwater, moved to Jersey Shore in June, and then promoted to Reading in September. And the 1-1 is swung on a miss by Miller. It's 1-2. Also played in the spring breakout game against the Pirates back on March the 14th. Didn't record a hit, but did make some impressive plays in the field at both short and third. 1-2. Miller swings and misses. He's down on strikes. So 4 strikeouts for Tyler Uberstein tonight. Gets a 1-2-3 inning in the home half of the second. We'll head to the third. Fightin Phils remain on top. It's 2-0. Top half of the third inning, and we want to thank our good friends at Pepsi for presenting the 2025 season here in Baseball Town. Go Fightin' Phils and drink more Pepsi. 2-0 Fightin' Phils on top of the Sea Dogs. 9-1-2 due up for Portland, starting with Corey Rozier as Gene Cabrera returns the mound for inning number 3 of work for him. On what's really turned into a beautiful night for baseball on this opening night. Bob, we've been here 3 years. We've gotten 3 great opening days weather-wise.
Yeah, I mean, last year was off the charts, but, I mean, certainly can't complain about tonight's night, 63 degrees.
First pitch to Rozier, ground ball first. And the Gold Glover, Keaton Anthony, will scoop it on one hop and get to the bag himself for out number 1. That'll bring Mikey Romero to the plate. So Keaton Anthony won the Rawlings Gold Glove Award for first base, not just in Double-A, not just in Single-A, but in all of minor league baseball, thus saying he is the best defensive first baseman last year in all of minor league baseball. And we talked about it the other night, and I'll circle back here in a second after the first pitch to Romero is inside for a ball 1-0. 2 years ago, you had kind of Carlos De La Cruz learning that spot. Last year was Carson Taylor. It's the first time in a few years where your first baseman, the 1-0, is swung on and missed 1-1. Entering the season is someone who has consistently played the position. And it's got to feel good for Al Padrique and for your infielders to know, hey, we got someone who is already really good at that position.
Yeah, it seems like the first base position has been
1-1 is fouled back 1-2.
Has been very much of a training ground over the course of the last couple of seasons here in Reading, and even some other players who have been asked to try first base and see how they might do at first base. And obviously De La Cruz was the perfect example. Carson Taylor became much more comfortable at first base as the season went on.
1-2 was swung on and rolled over foul to the right side.
But at the beginning of the season last year, you could see he had to think just about everything he did. But it's nice to have somebody there who is comfortable and understands the position, because to me it's maybe the most misunderstood position in baseball.
1-2, bit outside, 2 balls, 2 strikes to Romero.
Having a good defensive first baseman can save you a lot of problems and headaches over the course of a year.
2 balls, 2 strikes. Cabrera rocks and fires, and it's swung on and fouled straight back, right off the top of the netting.
And if nothing else, it's a comfort level for your infielders. I mean, I've played with enough guys who have said that having a good first baseman just gives them the realization that, look, you know what, I don't have to be perfect with my throw. I don't have to hit my first baseman in the chest with every throw I make.
2-2, misses a bit down, 3 balls and 2 strikes. Mikey Romero 0 for 1 in tonight's ball game. Flew out to center his first at bat. And it's a full count to him, 1 out in the 3rd. Cabrera fires, and that's down ball 4. So Romero's aboard for the first time. This instance via a 1-out walk. 37 pitches for Gene Cabrera so far tonight.
It's only the 2nd walk he surrendered, so he's been in control and for the most part in and around the plate.
Ellen Castro digs in from the left side. Fightin' Phil's infield will look to turn 2. And the first pitch is swung on and fouled straight back. It's 0-1.
Cabrera is not a guy who's going to overpower a whole lot of hitters. I mean, his fastball's what it was right there is 93. That's pretty much around where he is, 93, 94, maybe on occasions at 95. That's why that changeup has to be such an integral piece of the puzzle for him.
Next pitch is swung on and fouled, 0-2. Castro way late on it as he shot it down the third base side into the stands. So 0-2 the count. Alan Castro, Red Sox number 22 overall prospect. And the pitch is down. Ricketts, a good job to keep it in front of him. Did trickle up the first base line, but not far enough for Mikey Romero to think about taking second.
And that was the changeup from Cabrera, but he just buried that in the dirt. It was an easy take for Castro.
One, 2. Just misses outside. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Castro.
I guess that was a ball, but that was awful close.
It was close,
Yeah,
but
the radar actually shows it. I mean, in the naked eye, it looked a lot closer than what the radar shows.
2-2 to Castro. Cabrera deals, and it's swung on a ground ball through the middle, base hit towards center. Wheeling around second is Romero. He'll head to third. Prado gets to it quickly, fires to second. So Castro's held to a single, and Romero moves first to third. So it's men on the corners, one out for Distinction Garcia.
That's a great at bat there by Castro. He takes a pitch just outside after taking one in the dirt to get it after an 0-2 count. He takes one in the dirt, which is why I said that was an easy take on that changeup. Then takes the pitch just off the plate for ball two. Gets a pitch over the plate, takes it right back through the box, and now the Sea Dogs have something going here with runners on the corners.
Infield stays back. They'll try and turn two. Keaton Anthony holds Castro on at first to try and keep the double play in order. First pitch almost hits Garcia. It's 1-0.
Almost hit him, and he almost leaned into it. Turned it with the hands and the fists. Almost turned his fists right into the pitch.
1 no strikes, the count to Garcia. Worked a walk in the first. 1-0, runner does go. Pitches a ball throw to second is a strike. The runner is out, but scoring from third is Romero. So the Fightin' Phils pretty much willing in that instance to trade an out for a run. So Castro caught stealing. First one thrown out by Caleb Ricketts this year, and Mikey Romero scores. So 2 outs, 2 balls, no strikes to Garcia, and it's 2-1 Fightin' Phils.
And that's pretty much the plan of that, to put the defense in a position.
That's a broken back ground ball short. Miller charges, throws from the infield grass in time, and that will retire the side. The bat actually went further than the ball. It went over Miller's head. So he had to duck it, then field it, and ultimately does get the out. That was a tough play, all things considered. So Portland gets a run on a hit, no errors, no men left. We played 2.5. Fightin' Phil still on top. It's 2-1. Bottom half of the third inning on this opening night is brought to you by Swartz Colleton PC. You can expect reliable and experienced attorneys who are committed to getting you justice after a serious personal injury. Call Swartz Colleton today at 1-800-JUSTICE. So 2-1, Reading on top in this home half of the third inning. Leandro Pinedo leads off for Reading as 3, 4, and 5. To the plate this frame for the Fightin' Phils against Tyler Ruberstein. And the first pitch to Pineda is swung on and popped up towards the line in left. Castro, the left fielder, is over into foul ground. Slides. Did he make the catch? Yes, he did. Third base umpire Garrett Nelson way out there to signal it. So that's out number 1. Also, we owe you the Portland infield, so let's do that. Kolesvari is the catcher, Blaze Jordan at first, Max Ferguson at second, Mikey Romero at short, Tyler Miller at third, Corey Rozier in right, Justin Garcia in center, Alan Castro plays left. Keaton Anthony is in from the right side. 1 out, bottom 3, Reading on top 2-1. And the pitch is over for a called strike. It's 0-1.
It's a great hustle play by Alan Castro. He had to go a long way because Pineda is a left-handed hitter, and he had to go all the way to the fence along the third base side.
Next pitch is down. 1 ball, 1 strike, the count to Keaton Anthony, who reached on an error by the shortstop Romero in the first, and it was an error that proved to be quite costly. Resulted in 2 runs scoring, just 1 unearned. And Anthony swings and he hits a line drive into center field, base hit. So Anthony aboard for the 2nd time tonight. First time via hit, and it's the 5th hit tonight for Reading, and that'll bring Hendry Mendez to the plate.
It's been a mixed bag of results with against Uberstein. They have hit the ball extremely hard at times, and he has broken quite a few bats at the same time.
So 1 out for Mendez from the left side. First pitch is a strike. It's 0-1. Already seeing a good amount of the Hawaiian shirts on people tonight.
Yeah, they didn't wait long.
They did not wait.
They unpacked them quickly.
0-1 is out for a ball, 1-1. Did you see the other night? I think it was Wednesday night, the Phillies-Rockies game. It was the opening night T-shirt giveaway, and the fans were actually using the T-shirts as rally towels during the game. So it looked like a game from like the 08-09 season with like white rally towels waved. 1-1 is a swing and a miss. It's 1-2 because now the rally towels are red.
Right.
So it looked like a bit of a throwback seeing the white rally towels waved in the air.
That's the beauty of Philadelphia fans. They don't forget anything.
Like throwing snowballs at Santa Claus. Ball and 2 strikes to count to Hendry Mendez. 1 out in the 3rd. Pitch home. Is swung on and rolled over softly to first. Blaze Jordan will field it, and the only place he can go is first, and that's what he does. So Mendez retired. Anthony up to second. Good as a bunt, basically. And that'll bring Caleb Ricketts to the plate for the Fightin' Phils. 2-1, Reading on top, bottom half of the 3rd inning. As Keegan Anthony takes a rather wide lead off of second base. Pitch home is up. It's 1-0. This is also Fightin' Phils baseball here on the Art Phils Radio Network, powered by 830 AM WEEU, the voice of Berks and beyond. Our regular season debut stream on 830WEEU.com. As the 1-0 is a strike to Caleb Ricketts. It's 1-1. Huge shout out to the folks at EEU for helping us get set up, especially John Treese for all of his help in making this happen. Excited to bring our Phils games to a new outlet this year on 830WEEU.com. 1-1. Ricketts swings and he hits it in the air towards center. Not too deep. Garcia froze for a second, and then the center fielder darts back to make the catch. And that will end the home half of the 3rd inning. No runs for the Fightin' Phils. They did have a hit. 1 man left on base. We played 3 on this season opener from Baseball Town. Reading is on top. It is 2-1. Top half of the 4th inning, Fightin' Phils remain on top of Portland 2-1. And in this season opening game, I will toss things over to my broadcast partner, Bob McCool, to take over on the play-by-play.
Thank you very much, Jake. 2-1, Fightin' Phils on top as Gene Cabrera out for his 4th inning of work. 45 pitches so far for the 23-year-old right-hander. And he will face 4, 5, and 6 due up in the Sea Dogs lineup. That's Blaze Jordan, Ronald Rosario, and Max Ferguson. Jordan, a strikeout victim, his first time up. Phillies with a 2 spot in the bottom of the first, and the Sea Dogs with 1 back in the top half of the third. Cabrera winds and delivers his first pitch of the 4th inning. It's there for a called strike 1. Cabrera, mix of a fastball, sweeper, change, and a cutter. The 0-1 pitch hit hard towards third. Verdugo to his left, fields it, and makes the throw across the diamond in plenty of time for out number 1. It's been an economic effort so far for Gene Cabrera as well.
Yeah, Al Padrique said in our pregame interview he's like 3, maybe 4 out of Cabrera, but he's at 47 right now. Kind of think 5 is kind of in their mind right now if you can get him through that.
And you take away the 2 walks that he has surrendered. Has a big swing and a miss from Ronald Rosario. Results in a strike 1. Rosario flew out to center field his first time up. 0-1 pitch is in the dirt. So yeah, it'd be interesting to see, depending on how efficient he is over the course of the next 2 outs of this inning, as to whether or not the Phils and the coaching staff think that he can back out for another as he catches the outside corner on the 1-1 pitch to make it 1 ball and 2 strikes. That's the changeup from Cabrera. Again, that's the plus in the art repertoire from a scouting perspective for Gene Cabrera. 1-2 pitch. Misses outside. It's 2-2. Cabrera, as I said, one of the Venezuelan connections on this starting rotation, and several Venezuelan players on the Fightin Phil's roster as well, as this one's lifted down the first baseline. Keaton Anthony will drift towards the Savage 61 dugout suite, but the ball will land on the top of the roof of the dugout suite and out of play, so it remains 2-2. Cabrera signed by the Phillies organization as an international free agent in 2019. Again, just 23 years of age. And now regarded as the number 11 prospect in the Phillies organization. He won't turn 24 until after the season is over. This one hit hard but foul and out of play as Rosario battles at the plate, keeps the count at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Rosario, the designated hitter tonight. He is the other active catcher on the Sea Dogs roster, in addition to the tonight's starter, Mark Colsvari. Two-two pitch coming. Swing and a miss at the off-speed pitch, and he had Rosario way out in front of it. And strikeout number 3 for Gene Cabrera. And that will bring Max Ferguson to the plate. Ferguson had a base hit his first time up, one of just 2 hits given up so far by Cabrera. This one is driven deep to right field. Pineda has room and actually has to drift in a few steps and makes the catch for out number 3. So it was a pretty efficient inning for Gene Cabrera as he retires the Sea Dogs in order for Portland in the 4th. No runs, no hits, no errors, no one left. We'll head to the bottom of the 4th in Baseball Town. It stays 2-1, Fightin's on top. Bottom half of the fourth inning, Fightin Phil's 2, Portland Sea Dogs 1. This is game 1 of 3 here in Baseball Town on the opening weekend of the season. 5:15 is first pitch tomorrow night. And then right back here on a Sunday afternoon as well. Fightins will send 7, 8, and 9 due up here in the fourth inning. Luis Verdugo, Elio Prado, and Andric Nava due up for the Fightins. As Tyler Uberstein is back out for his fourth inning of work. Sunday's first pitch, by the way, is a 3:15 start. Verdugo struck out his first time up and takes the first pitch from Uberstein over for a called strike. Verdugo, 24 years of age, signed by the Phils as a minor league free agent in November. Played last year with the Cubs organization. And that was way outside, rolls all the way to the backstop. Verdugo was originally signed by the Cubs from Mexico back in 2017. Last year in AA and Tennessee in the Cubs organization. Hit .257 with a couple of home runs and 42 RBIs. It's up and in. Al Padrique likes the way he plays third base. Described him as a very smooth fielding third baseman. 2 balls and a strike to it. This one lifted, fouled on the first base line and drifting out of play. Blaze Jordan will give it a chase. He'll run out of room. Two-two pitch. Over for a called strike 3, and Verdugo goes down looking this time. Fifth strikeout for Uberstein. He was on the ropes back in inning number 1. Phil's hit him hard. His defense didn't do him any favors, but since inning number 1, he has been in control. Just one hit since then for the Fightins, and that was a 1-out single for Keaton Anthony last inning as Elio Prado will bat. He also was a strikeout victim his first time up. Phil's had bases loaded with 2 runs in the first before the strikeouts to Verdugo and Prado ended that first. 1-0 pitch on the outside corner for a called strike 1. And that one misses a bit low. It's 2-1. Uberstein, a native of Santa Monica, California. And the 25-year-old right-hander winds and delivers. This one fouled out of play. Uberstein was such a late bloomer that he ultimately got nothing coming out of high school. Could throw about 70 miles an hour when he was in high school. Went to USC to be a student. Apparently USC has a club baseball team. You know, you're in Southern California when you have a club baseball team. 2-2 pitch, swing and a miss, and another strikeout from Uberstein as Prado goes down swinging. And then went into a growth spurt, went to some baseball camps and learned to pick up some velocity, and suddenly he ended up at Northwestern University and pitching in the Big Ten for Northwestern. And ultimately drafted by the Red Sox in 2021 in the 19th round. Here's a big swing and a miss by Andric Nava. Nava also a strikeout victim his first time up. So Uberstein racking up the strikeouts here. 0-1 pitch coming. He's right back and delivering. This one fisted on the left side and through for a base hit. Andric Nava batting from the left-hand side, squirts one through the 5-6 hole for a base hit with 2 outs here in the 4th. Hit number 6 for the Fightin Phils on the night, and it flips the lineup around now to Trent Farquhar, who got that 2-run first inning started with a base hit, came around to score the Phils' first run. And Farquhar started and stopped. Farquhar, left-handed hitter, one of 4 left-handed hitters. 5 if you include the switch-hitting Andric Nava in the Fightins lineup tonight. 1-0 pitch. There for a called strike 1. Farquhar also a Big Ten product, played at Michigan State as he swings and misses at this one to fall behind 1-2. Signed by the Phillies as an undrafted free agent out of Michigan State in 2023. Played last year at 3 different levels, 32 games in Clearwater, 38 games in Jersey Shore before finishing his last 5 here in Baseball Town. As he takes this pitch outside, it's 2-2. Farquhar and Robert Moore figure to split a lot of time in the infield. In and around Aid Miller, who figures to be at shortstop on most nights. 2 balls and 2 strikes. And just off the fisted foul. Farquhar's hit was a bunt base hit to get the night started. 2-2 to him right now with Andrik Nava at first base. They do hold him on. Good sized lead for Nava, but can't imagine he's going anywhere right now. Pitch outside for a ball, and that'll change now for Nava with a 3-2 count to the batter Trent Farquhar and 2 outs. Nava will be off at first base. Al Padrique coaching at third. Michael Jones coaching at first base for the Fightins. This one lifted into shallow center field. Garcia drifts over. He'll give way to the right fielder Rozier, who'll make the catch for the 3rd and final out. For the Phils in the 4th, no runs, 1 hit, no errors, 1 man left, 4 complete. It's 2-1, Fightins on top. We head to the top half of the 5th inning here in Baseball Town. Just a reminder that every Tuesday, all active military and veterans receive $3 off box seats thanks to Burke's Oral Surgery and Dental Implant Center. And Gene Cabrera is indeed back out here for the 5th inning. As the Sea Dogs come to bat here, they'll bring the bottom of their order, Tyler Miller, Mark Colsbury, and Corey Rozier to the plate. 2 runs on 6 hits for the Fightins. Have not committed an error. 1 run on 2 hits and 1 very costly error for the Sea Dogs so far. As we head to the top half of the 5th inning. First pitch swinging down the first base line. Easy play for Keaton Anthony. First baseman will make the play for himself, and another first pitch out here to start the inning, much like the Sea Dogs did in inning number 4. They start inning number 5 on 1 pitch and 1 out. And for a guy who you start to think how many more pitches are they going to allow him to throw, can't ask for anything better than 1 pitch and 1 out. That'll bring up Colsbury, who was a strikeout victim his first time up. First pitch to him here is over for a called strike. Klein Transportation is proud to be the official transportation provider of the Reading Fightin' Phils. Klein Transportation gets the R-Phils to all their road trips throughout the 2025 season. For more information, go to kleintransportation.com. 1 ball and 1 strike to Mark Colsbury. And the pitch to him here is a bit low for a ball. It's 2-1. And, of course, Klein Transportation will be taking the Fightin' Phils on the road beginning on Tuesday, when the Fightins will head to Somerset, New Jersey for their first road trip. They'll be up against the Patriots beginning on Tuesday night. As this one's lifted straight up behind home plate. Ricketts off with a mask. He'll come back, but it'll find the seats and out of play. The count remains 2 balls and 2 strikes to Mark Colsbury. So the Fightin's again home tomorrow night at 5:15 here at FirstEnergy Stadium. And then the series wraps up on Sunday afternoon at 3:15. Then a road trip to Somerset beginning on Tuesday, April the 8th, and then back here to face Binghamton on Tuesday the 15th for the first full 6-game homestand of the 2025 season. 2 balls and 2 strikes as Colsbury just gets a piece of it, beats it at the plate for a foul ball. And looking into the Phil's bullpen, it still remains quiet. Starting to see some people getting up and doing some stretching after that 4th inning. And nobody took any sweatshirts off, and nobody has yet begun to throw as Cabrera misses up high, and it's 3-2. Colsbury started and stopped, and it caught the bat, so it's just a foul ball, and it's still 3 balls and 2 strikes. Colsbury, a veteran catcher. He's 29 years of age. Originally drafted by the Cincinnati Reds in 2017 out of the University of Florida. He takes this one into dirt. Cabrera maybe overthrew that one a little bit. Tried to get him on a changeup 3-2 and bounce it up there. So it's ball 4 and the 3rd walk surrendered by Gene Cabrera. That'll bring Corey Rozier to the plate. Rozier grounded out to first base his first time up. See if the Sea Dogs try and do anything here with the bottom of the order. Chad Epperson, the head coach for the Sea Dogs at 3rd. Nothing going on here as Rozier swings and misses at the first pitch. Not a very big lead for Colsbury. 0-1 pitch. Bounces it up there again. It's 1-1. Kyle Sasala, the first base coach for the Sea Dogs, with something to say to Colsbury before he takes his lead at first. And Rozier takes one way up high. It's 2-1. And now we're starting to get some movement in the Fightin's bullpen. Like Nelson Alvarez is the first man up.
Yeah, looks like he's starting the throw. Was very consistent last year when he joined Reading in August after a trade with Tampa.
Again, Cabrera misses just up high just a bit. It's 3-1 now with that slider. Well, this will rack up the pitches now with the control issues. Big swing there, no contact. That's a great pitch there for Cabrera. It wasn't his hardest fastball. Radar shows it as a 4-seam fastball at about 92. But he got Rozier to chase it. Now the count is full. Rozier will now call time at the plate. That's, I believe, is the first batter timeout we've had.
I think Verdugo had a couple earlier. Colsbury will take his lead, and he takes off on the play. The pitch is outside, ball 4. They throw down, doesn't matter. It's not going to matter.
Ball 4. Yep. The fans reacted because they called him out on the steal attempt, but doesn't matter because the pitch to the plate was ball 4. So back-to-back walks now for the Sea Dogs. The 3rd and 4th walks surrendered by Gene Cabrera. And we'll see if that doesn't get a visit to the mound, and it will. Brad Bergeson, the pitching coach for the Phils, is going to make that trip to the mound. If there are no other reason, just to settle down Cabrera and give Alvarez maybe a little bit more time to get loose, because the top of the order is now up for the Portland Sea Dogs.
Which 4 walks uncharacteristic for Cabrera tonight, because last year, just 33 walks and 106 2/3 innings pitched. That compared to 110 strikeouts total. So just uncharacteristic. And he had some control issues also in the breakout game too. So they might just be trying to work through some things early on in the season.
The visit to the mound is over. Alvarez continues to warm up in the Fightin's bullpen, which, if you haven't been to FirstEnergy Stadium in a little bit, well, first of all, shame on you, but they are no longer down the first and third base line. They are now comfortably sitting behind the left center field wall and underneath a gigantic scoreboard in left center field as Cabrera again misses low for a ball to Mikey Romero. Romero, the left-handed hitting starting shortstop for the Sea Dogs. 1-0 pitch to him. This one's driven straight up down the first base line. Long run for Pineda. Is he going to run out of room? He will, as he runs through what used to be the bullpens down the first and third base lines. So as an outfielder,
hit a mile high too.
It was. So as an outfielder now, you no longer have to worry about those pitching mounds that were down the first and third base lines because they are comfortably behind the left center field fence. 2 on, 1 out. Top half of the 5th inning. 1 ball and 1 strike to Mikey Romero, who swings and misses at the pitch, and it's 1-2. That was a sinker, but a elevated sinker at that. Romero chased it.
Yeah, about letter high. It's one of those, it's called like eye candy pitches. It looks really, really good out of the hand, but it's deceiving because it's like at eye level.
So now Cabrera in a big spot here at 1 ball and 2 strikes. A strikeout would be huge, but he puts that one in the dirt again. And that's been kind of the issue here with Cabrera. When he's missed by a lot. So it's now 2 balls and 2 strikes. And when I say that, it just makes it kind of an easy take for the batter. It's not a pitch that, it's a ball almost out of his hand. Ellsbury takes the lead. Here's a little slow roller down the first base line, but it'll trickle foul. And the count remains 2 balls and 2 strikes. I got to think this might be the last batter that Cabrera sees.
I think if he gets him, maybe they give him a shot to get through the inning and just be the pitcher of record. But if he loses him, I could see Nelson Alvarez coming in. I mean, Alvarez has been throwing for a while, and he's throwing with some intent down there, too.
Cabrera is right now at 75 pitches with a 2 balls and 2 strike count to Romero. A slow roller, but again, foul. Romero, first-round draft pick of the Red Sox back in 2022, the number 24 player overall in that 2022 draft out of Orange Lutheran High School in San Diego. And now trainer is coming out. I'm not sure what happened with Romero on that foul ball. If he beat that off his foot, doesn't look like they're looking at a foot. Is it hand?
Maybe that right arm? Yeah, I don't know if it's that right side or right like arm, shoulder area, but that's kind of what he's shaking out.
So he's back in the box. 2 balls and 2 strikes to him. Again, 2 on, 1 out. Pickoff attempt as they throw behind. Cosveri slides back in safely. Aiden Miller, the shortstop, sneaking in from behind. Romero, a season ago, began the year in Greenville, the high A affiliate. Played 59 games there. Hit .271 with 10 home runs. Got the promotion to Portland as he rips this one foul down the first baseline. Got called up to Portland on August the 27th. Played 16 more games for the Sea Dogs before the season came to an end. Hit .243 with the Sea Dogs, but a combined 16 home runs on the season. And he didn't actually start the season with Greenville, which is why he only played 59 games there. He was on the disabled list until the middle of May. 2 balls and 2 strikes again. This one lifted into shallow left field. Mendez started back. Now he comes in, and we will make the catch. So big out there for Cabrera, not deep enough for anybody to move.
Here comes Al Padrique.
That quickly, Al Padrique says that's enough for one night. Al Padrique will make the move to the mound. And that will be the end of the night. The call has been made. The Alvernia University call the bullpen has been made. Pitching change in Baseball Town. So the Alberta University Golden Wolves call a bullpen has been made, and it is the right-hander Nelson Alvarez who will come into a 2-on, 2-out jam.
Nelson Alvarez, who spent last year with 4 different teams, 2 in the Rays system, 2 in the Phillies system. In total, went 2-3 with a 3.48 ERA over 39 appearances. Struck out 62 over 51 and 2/3 innings. And opponents hit .213 against the right-handed arm, who comes from Miami, Florida. 26 years old, 6'4", 220 pounds.
And he will face Alan Castro. First and second, 2 outs. Top half of the 5th inning in a 2-1 game. Castro 1 for 2 on the night. First pitch from Alvarez is up high for a ball. Castro singled his last time up, grounded out to second base, so 1 for 2 on the night. This one's outside. It's 1-1, 2-0.
Of course, enters in a big spot, running up by 1 in the bottom half of the 5th inning. And inherits 2 runners on first and second from Gene Cabrera.
Both of them by way of walk. Only 2 hits so far for the Sea Dogs. 2-0 pitch. Good pitch, and it's a breaking ball that's there for a called strike.
I think your biggest takeaway from Gene Cabrera tonight is I don't think Portland really hit anything hard against him. If he just can kind of, work his way back closer to the zone, it's going to be really good.
2 balls and a strike. Alvarez's pitch. That's in the dirt. It's 3-1. Yeah, to your point, I mean, obviously the 4 walks is what kind of jumps out at you. It basically cost them the opportunity to get through this 5th inning and the opportunity to be the pitcher record if the Phils would go on to win this. But you take away the 4 walks, and there's really nothing you can talk about other than good things. As Alvarez misses up high, now it's 3-1. But I think that's also something you take away, that it's not necessarily a problem for Cabrera, because he's not a pitcher who generally has control issues. 3 balls and 2 strikes now to Alan Castro. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Nelson Alvarez comes in, gets the strikeout, and that'll do it for the Sea Dogs in the 5th. No runs, no hits, no errors. They leave 2 big ones on the base paths. We'll head to the bottom of the 5th. Fightin's back to the plate. They lead it 2-1. We head to the bottom half of the 5th inning. Fightin Phils will send Aiden Miller, Leandro Pineda, and Keaton Anthony to the plate. And it's still Tyler Uberstein out there for the Sea Dogs. And can understand why, because after the issues that he and his defense helped cause him in the 1st inning, Uberstein has settled down very nicely.
No, he's looked really good. And like you said, one of the runs is earned, but theoretically, if they turn 2 on that play, this game looks a lot different for him right now. Gave up 2 hits after that error, but he's done a pretty good job. He's got 5 strikeouts tonight. He's kept a lot of these hitters off balance so far. Here's Aiden Miller's 3rd crack at him.
And he's had Miller in the books without a problem so far. Fouled out his first time up, struck out his last time up. And the first pitch to Miller is over for a called strike. And right back with the 0-1 pitch. It's a bit low for a ball. Miller again, 20 years of age, will not turn 21 until June the 9th. Phillies first-round draft pick in 2023 out of Mitchell High School in Port Richey, Florida. 1-1 pitch. Hits this one hard right over the head of Al Padrique and off the fencing and down the third baseline.
107 off the bat from Miller. Little out in front of it.
And that's what Al Padrique says about Aiden Miller. It just sounds a bit different off the bat of Aiden Miller. Scouts think he'll hit for average. They definitely think he'll hit for power. 1 ball and 2 strikes is way outside. He also has a great arm. The question was, where will he play defensively? Aiden Miller said, I kind of like shortstop. I like to play there. 2 balls and 2 strikes to him. This one hit hard again, foul. That's off of one of the umbrellas in the 67 club. And it's ultimately a souvenir, and thank goodness for that umbrella.
That was 107 off the bat.
There may be a hole in one of those umbrellas right now because that was a bullet off the bat of Aiden Miller. This one fouled out of play as he stays alive. It's 2 balls and 2 strikes.
He's on it. There's no doubt about that.
Oh, yeah.
He looked a little uncomfortable his first 2 at-bats.
Yep.
But he looks a lot more comfortable and a lot more on it right now. Remember, he only has 5 games of AA experience under his belt.
2 balls and 2 strikes. The pitch. Ripped into left field. Castro back, and off the top of the fence and over for a solo home run. Aiden Miller just clears the left field fence for the home run, and the Fightin' Phils are on top 3-1.
Well, there's the first AA home run for Aiden Miller. We're waiting a while last year to try and get that one. We don't. 111 off the bat, 353 feet. And Aiden Miller, welcome to the 2025 season.
Now, the only question was whether it was high enough, because it was hit hard. As Jake just said, he is no doubt he is on it. He hit a couple of rockets foul. And here's Pineda up with a foul ball back in our direction, just a bit to our left. Pineda 1 for 2 on the night. Single back in the first inning, came around to score and flew out to left field. So he's 1 for 2 on the night. And this one's just a bit outside. It's 1-1. So now you understand why the scouts like the bat of Aiden Miller and why it sounds a bit different off the bat. This one ripped into left center field, and that's going to be trouble as Castro dives and cannot hold on. Pineda will roll into second base with a stand-up double. Great effort by Alan Castro, and I think he got a glove on it, but could not hold on, and Pineda will take the extra base hit.
Well, after we were talking about the Fightin' Phils, bats maybe looking a little off against Uberstein tonight. I always say 3rd time through the order is when you start to really see him better, and that's what we're seeing right now.
And some activity in
that might be it.
The Sea Dog bullpen, and there's a reason why. Wyatt Olds is up and throwing for Portland. And here comes Chad Epperson. It appears to make the call. Yep, Olds is on his way down the steps and into the game as the Alabama University Golden Wolves call the bullpen has been made. So the call has been made by Chad Epperson. He will bring in the veteran right-hander Wyatt Olds.
Yeah, you could say veteran. 26 appearances last year for Portland, 23 in 2023. In total last year, 1-2, a 5.03 ERA. Did strike out 74 across 53 and 2/3, but did walk 30 and hit 11 more batters. So, see the Fightin' Phils can take advantage.
Runner on second base, 1 run in on the Aiden Miller solo home run. Leandro Pineda follows that up with an opposite field double. And so Keaton Anthony now is the batter for the Fightin' Phils. 3-1 is our score. Fightin's on top, and Keaton Anthony trying to add to it as he steps to the plate with a runner in scoring position. Anthony 1 for 2 on the night, and an RBI his first time up on an error by the shortstop Mikey Romero that allowed a run to score. Got something else going on out here? Something else is, Castro may have gotten hurt on that diving attempt. It looks like we might be having a defensive change here. Something's going on with Chad Epperson.
Or maybe they're checking on him, or is it a new guy in?
I think somebody came in because he was calling. Now he's going to our home plate umpire Josiah Shepard. So I'm assuming.
Yeah, Caden Rose is now in left field.
Yeah, I got to think that Castro must have done something in the dive to catch that ball in the outfield from Leandro Pineda. So he must have gotten shaken up, and so in addition to a change on the pitcher's mound, there's a change in the outfield as well. So Caden Rose, the new left fielder, as Jake said. We will assume that he will bat in Castro's 2-hole in the lineup. In the meantime, the Fightin' Phils have a runner at second base and nobody out. Again, a run in. And Keaton Anthony, who safe on an error his first time up and singled back into third. 3-1 the score, and the Fightin's looking for more here in the bottom of the 5th inning. First pitch from Olds. Lined into right field is going to be a base hit. Al Padrique will put up the stop sign as the ball is cut off in the infield, but first pitch swinging Keaton Anthony on base for the 3rd time, his 2nd hit of the night. Fightin' Phils 9th hit of the night, and 3rd straight here in this inning. Pineda had to hold up for a moment just to make sure the ball was going to drop, and with nobody out, no real reason for Al Padrique to gamble at the plate. We'll pass the baton now on to Hendry Mendez. Mendez was also on board with a single his first time up, in addition to grounding out his last time up. First pitch started and stopped, takes it outside for a ball. Olds last season pitched 26 games for Portland and then 17 more for Worcester. Want to call up to AAA. 1-0 pitch from the righty. Comes sidearm with that one, and it's over for a called strike 1. Originally drafted by the Boston Red Sox in the 7th round in 2021 out of the University of Oklahoma. 1-1 pitch. Slapped the other way, but foul. And it's 1 ball and 2 strikes, and that 2 sounds like another broken bat. Opening night, and
lots of broken lumber.
You work that bat for opening night, and you can't make it through the opening night. So Hendry Mendez gets another piece of wood, and he'll head back to the plate with a 1 ball and 2 strike count. Still nobody out here in the inning. Runners at the corners, and the Phils looking for more. Way outside, good play by Calsveri to make sure that one doesn't go back to the backstop, and the count is 2-2. Olds, as I said, a graduate or product of the University of Oklahoma and an Oklahoma native from Oklahoma City. 2 balls and 2 strikes as he delivers to the plate. This one fisted in right field. That's going to fall for a base hit. Pineda will score. Anthony around second, and he's going to roll into third. An RBI single for Hendry Mendez, and the Fightin' Phils lead it 4-1.
It's been this part of the lineup that's done the damage tonight. That kind of 4, 5, 6 spot of the lineup did the damage in the first. They're doing it again in the fifth, and they're getting some insurance runs as well.
That'll bring Caleb Ricketts to the plate. Ricketts with an RBI single in the first inning. 1 for 2 on the night. Hendry Mendez gets his first AA RBI. And here's Ricketts with runners again at the corners. First pitch from Olds is outside for a ball. Keaton Anthony takes his lead off of third. Hendry Mendez off of first. 1-0 pitch to Ricketts. Left-hander slaps it the other way towards short. Romero flips to second for 1. The relay is not in time. And Keaton Anthony will come across with yet another run. It'll be another RBI for Caleb Ricketts. And the score is now 5-1 in favor of the Reading Fightin' Phils.
Yeah, Caleb Ricketts just gets the job done. Just no outs, infield's playing back. You just got to put one in play, and that's exactly what he did.
So Mendez retired at second base on the force out for out number 1. Ricketts safe at first, and Luis Verdugo is now the batter. Verdugo 0 for 2 with a couple of strikeouts. First pitch up high for a ball. One-0 pitch, bit outside. It's 2-0. Ricketts will take his lead off of first. And the 2-0 pitch coming to Luis Verdugo. Ricketts takes off. The ball started and stopped, and he hit his, I'm not sure if that hit his hands or the knob of the bat.
They're saying it hit him. He's getting first base.
Josiah Shepard points to first base, so it did hit the hands of Luis Verdugo. So Ricketts will be at second base now, and Verdugo, by the very painful hit by pitch, is at first.
Meg Flaherty, the athletic trainer, is out to take a look at him. Al Patrique, Fightin' skipper, also made the run from third base to first to take a look at Verdugo.
Got the hands.
Yeah, it's that right
or
hand
the
they're
wrist.
looking at.
Yep. Again, he started his swing and then checked it, but the pitch was up and in. And so because he had turned to hit the hands. Update, Citizens Bank Park, Dodgers batting in the top of the 7th. It remains a 1-0 Philadelphia Phillies lead.
Who pitched tonight for the Phillies?
Jesus Luzardo still pitching. 6 2/3 innings. He's given up 2 hits, 7 strikeouts.
He's been good.
He is going to be the offseason acquisition of the year.
And everyone said Phillies didn't do enough in the offseason. Kepler's addition's looking good. Luzardo addition's looking good.
Very much so.
Joe Ross has been decent so far too.
Giving him another arm and a versatile arm, whether he can start or whether he needs to be a long reliever. Pitch now to Elio Prado. With 2 on and 1 out, is over for a called strike 1. Wyatt Olds trying to limit the bleeding here. Phils with 3 runs across and 2 more on the base paths. Pitch to Prado. Back through the middle. Ranging on the shortstop side of the bag. Ferguson knocks it down, but will not have a play. The second baseman was on the shortstop side of the bag and got a glove on it, and that was it. They say it's a base hit. So that's hit number 10 for the Phils.
It's actually number 11.
Number 11.
Yeah, so it is going to be a base hit.
So now the bases are loaded. And still 1 out for Andrick Nava. This one fisted foul and straight back behind the plate. Phils had the bases loaded in the first and could not get any more after getting 2 runs across. Nava 1 for 2 on the night with a strikeout and a single. Bases loaded, 1 out here. 3 runs already across for the Fightins. That's there for a called strike 2. 5-1 Phils on top and looking for a whole lot more here. With the 9-hole hitter, the switch hitting catcher, Andrik Nava at the plate. He's behind in the count now, no balls and 2 strikes. Swing and a miss. He's retired on strikes. It's a big out for Wyatt Olds.
First strikeout for Olds. And line is closed on Uberstein. 4 innings, 8 hits, 4 runs, 3 earned. No walks, 6 strikeouts. Looked good, innings 2, 3, 4. And then, the Miller home run, the Pineda double, and the wheels really kind of fell off there.
Trent Farquhar now bats, and that one's low and inside for a ball. Aiden Miller started this with a solo home run. Leandro Pineda fouled it with a double. And a base hit by Keaton Anthony, followed by a base hit from Hendry Mendez. Then the RBI ground out from Caleb Ricketts. To plate the 3 runs so far. The Phils with the bases loaded and 2 outs, That 1-0 pitch to Trent Farquhar is over for a called strike. Farquhar 1 for 3 on the night. Singled back in the first inning and came around to score a run. And it was a bunt base hit that got the inning started for the Phils. 1-1 pitch coming from Wyatt Olds. It's there for a called strike 2. Aiden Miller, who started this inning in the on-deck circle as the Phils have batted around here in the 5th. 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. And again, the Phils lead of them loaded, but not before they put 3 across. They do it on 5 hits. There were no errors, and there were 3 men left on base. We've completed 5 in Baseball Town. It's the Reading Fight Phils 5 and the Portland Sea Dogs 1. Nelson Alvarez back out in the 6th inning, and he's got a whole lot more cushion. He came out with a big strikeout to finish off the 5th inning in relief of Gene Cabrera. 5-1 Phils on top as the Portland Sea Dogs come to the plate here in the top half of the 6th inning. And Alvarez will be facing the heart of the order for Portland. Justinson Garcia, Blaze Jordan, and Ronald Rosario. 3, 4, and 5 for Portland. Alvarez winds and delivers, and the pitch just a bit outside. This inning is presented by Cornwall Manor, a unique and charming community nestled on a 190-acre wooded campus with many walking trails, including the Lebanon County Rail Trail. 1-0 pitch from Alvarez, ripped into left field and falling for a base hit. Justinson Garcia with his first hit of the night. He's on board for the 2nd time. He also walked back in the 1st inning. So he is a leadoff base runner here in the 6th for Blaze Jordan, who walks to the plate sporting an 0 for 2 so far. Struck out and grounded out in his 2 plate appearances against Cabrera. Again, Gene Cabrera started it. Nelson Alvarez comes on and gets the last out of the 5th. and now here in the 6th. Phil's bullpen is quiet right now, so too is the Portland bullpen. This pitch is up and in for a ball, so it appears that Wyatt Olds will come back out for the bottom of the 6th for Portland. 1 ball and no strikes to Blaze Jordan. And that hit him. It was a curveball from Alvarez. Looked like it just slipped out of his hand. And it hits Blaze Jordan in the back. So now the Sea Dogs, after the Fightin' Phils just put 3 runs across in the bottom of the 5th. Portland with a chance to counter with something here in the top of the 6th, that they've got the first 2 men on base and nobody out for Ronald Rosario. Rosario 0 for 2 so far on the night. First pitch from Alvarez bounces up there. Rosario, 22-year-old. He will catch for the Sea Dogs. He's as the designated hitter tonight. Rosario and Calvari are the 2 catchers on the Sea Dogs roster currently. As this pitch is outside, and Alvarez now falls behind 2 balls and no strikes. Rosario signed by the Red Sox in 2019 out of Venezuela. Played last year in Greenville, played 99 games at the high A level. Hit 244 with 8 home runs and 63 RBIs. Also had 19 doubles a year ago. 2 balls and no strikes to him. And that pitch is inside. Now Alvarez is in some trouble here. Behind in the count, 3 balls and no strikes. Let's see if the Phil's bullpen doesn't start to move now. It does. .3-0 pitch coming. And that's low ball 4. Travis Kuhn is up now and beginning to warm up in the Phil's bullpen as Alvarez walks Rosario on 4 pitches. First walk surrendered by Alvarez, but after a single and a hit by pitch, and now a walk, and the Sea Dogs inning begins to mount, and that'll bring Brad Bergeson out of the Phil's dugout. And the pitching coach will go have a conversation with Alvarez and give Travis Kuhn a little bit more time to get loose in the bullpen. Max Ferguson is the hitter. Ferguson singled his first time up. That was, of course, off of Cabrera. Also flew out to right field, so he's 1 for 2 on the night. Quick visit to the mound to the 26-year-old right-handed reliever, Nelson Alvarez. First pitch, that's low for a ball. So Alvarez suddenly can't find the strike zone. And he's got nowhere to go with Ferguson at the plate. That one's there for a strike. Alvarez was waived by the Yankees at the end of 2022 and then signed in 23 by Tampa Bay. And as Jake said, the Phils acquired him last year for cash in August of 2024. As he misses again low, it's 2-1. Now you see that so often, especially with guys out of the bullpen, that all of a sudden just something changes. And they go that quickly from throwing strikes to not being able to find the strike zone. 2-1 pitch. Ferguson started and stopped. They appeal, and he went around. So now the count is 2-2. And that actually was a pretty good curveball from Alvarez. Ferguson thinking he was not going to see something off speed and got it and started to swing and tried to stop it and could not. So now it's 2 balls and 2 strikes. A strikeout would be great here for Alvarez. A ground ball would be huge. Nobody out here in the inning. And there's the ground ball to Keaton Anthony. He has to back up on it. He needs Alvarez to cover, and he didn't get there in time. It's safe all around, and a run will score, and it's a 5-2 game. Anthony had to back up on it on an in-between hop, and Alvarez was slow to get over. And everybody's safe, and the run will score. And here comes Al Padrique, and that's going to be the end of the night for Nelson Alvarez. The Alvernia University call to the bullpen has been made. So Al Padrique does indeed make the move. Nelson Alvarez is out, and in comes right-hander Travis Kuhn.
Travis Kuhn, who was a very late signing by the Phillies this offseason, signed on March the 23rd, was in the Mariners organization up through last year, spent last year in AA Arkansas, and was pretty good out of the bullpen. 4-6, 3.33 ERA, struck out 64 over 54 innings pitched. He has been a pro ball player since 2019, so he's another veteran on this team, 26 years old, drafted out of UC San Diego, a career 3.98 ERA across 188 relief outings. Heard some exciting things about Kuhn, so excited to kind of see him tonight, and he enters in a pretty big spot in his Fightin's debut.
Yeah, he gets himself into a beat. Well, he didn't get himself into a pickle. He's trying to get Nelson Alvarez out of that pickle. His Alvarez night is done. It started out well for Alvarez. He inherited a little bit of a jam with a first and second and a two-out jam. Came in and got Alan Castro to strike out to end the fifth, but unable to retire a batter here in the sixth with a run across. It does go as an RBI single for Max Ferguson. And it's now a 5-2 game. Still nobody out, and the bases are loaded still for the Sea Dogs with Tyler Miller now at the plate. And the first pitch from Kuhn is just a bit high for a ball. Miller sacrificed his first time up in a ground out to Keaton Anthony at first base, so he's officially 0 for 1. 1-0 pitch. There's a swing and a miss. It's a good curveball from Kuhn. Tied up the left-handed hitting Tyler Miller, and the count is now 1-1 strike. Great crowd on hand on a gorgeous night for baseball here in Baseball Town, and the 1-1 pitch is a bit high. It's 2-1. Slow roller down the first base line for Anthony, but it just trickles foul. Just before it hit the first base bag, it trickled foul. Anthony really only would have had one play, I think, and that would have been to step on the first base bag. I don't think he had any other play other than that. It would have resulted in a run. So at least for the time being, it remains a 5-2 game and a 2-2 count now on Tyler Miller. And that one's low, and now the count is full. Again, nowhere to put Tyler Miller. Bases loaded, no outs. A run across. Swing and a miss, strike three. Again, he tied him up inside, and Miller goes down swinging.
Huge strikeout from Travis Kuhn. And now, obviously, you're still very much in a high leverage situation here, but the thought becomes ground ball very well can get you out of this jam.
And it brings up the catcher, Mike Colsbury, who is 0 for 1 on the night, struck out and walked in 2 plate appearances. Swing and a miss. Coming up empty is Colsbury with a healthy cut. That's way up high. So the count now 1 ball and 1 strike to Mark Colsbury. Catches the outside corner with a good pitch. It's now 1 ball and 2 strikes. So Kuhn, if 1 strikeout is good, 2 strikes have to be better. So we'll see if Kuhn can register it. Or as Jake said, ground ball could get him out of this. Hit him way up and in, and that hit him in the helmet. So right now the concern is Colsbury, who is dazed at the plate. Chad Eberson and the trainers come out to take a look at Colsbury. Looks like they put the towel up. Might be some blood on the nose and the face, and that's probably from the helmet. Because you could hear the sound, and it was most definitely hit the helmet.
Yeah, there was blood on that towel, so I don't know if it's a lip or nose.
So the hit by pitch is going to bring a run home. All right, now the first question is the status of Colsbury. He's no doubt going to come out of this game, and he is. He got up, but you could definitely see that he was dazed when he stood up. So they will go back. They'll take him back to the clubhouse and keep an eye on him and check on him. Take him into the dugout at least initially.
Yeah, I saw Chad Epperson point down towards the bullpen, so I wonder if whoever the other catcher is going to be.
The other catcher on their roster is their designated hitter tonight.
Well, there's also Drew Earhart.
Ah, that's true.
So he's probably who's in the bullpen.
Correct. So that's going to be the call to get Earhart in.
It's a literal call to the bullpen for team on offense. There he is. He's sprinting.
Scrambling for equipment, no doubt.
Well, I don't think he probably doesn't have a batting helmet down there. Or maybe he does.
So the call of the bullpen is not for a pitcher, but for a catcher. So he's going to come in and go to first base and ultimately take over as the catcher. So Colsbury hit by the pitch. Tough way to pick up an RBI for Mark Colsbury. But the run does come across to make it a 5-3 game. And as Jake said, Drew Earhart now will come on to catch. And he will be the runner at first base as well. In the meantime, Travis Kuhn will take a couple extra warm-up tosses. Now you got to make sure how that affects the mental piece for Travis Kuhn. He had himself in a 3-2 count, trying to maybe come back with a little bit of extra on the fastball, and it got away from him. Hits Colsbury, puts a run across, bases remain loaded. It's now a 5-3 game, and still only 1 out here in the 6th, and Corey Rozier will now bat.
Yeah, some big outs coming up here. Those insurance runs look huge from Reading last inning.
First pitch to Rozier misses for a ball. Rozier, the 9-hole hitter, 0 for 1 on the night, drives this one to right field. Grenada goes back, turns and looks and says goodbye. A grand slam home run for Corey Rozier, and the Portland Sea Dogs have a 7-5 lead.
Yeah, just flirting with fire for a bit too long there for the Fightin' Phils, and ultimately it was a breaking pitch. Not a bad spot for a breaking pitch either. And Corey Rozier just kind of drops the head of the bat on it, inside part of the plate. He gets enough on it. 101 off the bat, 353 feet for the home run.
So the Sea Dogs lead it for the first time now with that now 6th spot here in this 6th inning, and that flips the lineup around for Mikey Romero. So the complexion of this game changes in a hurry. If the base is empty, Romero drives this one to right field, and that one will follow it up as it bounces off the pole of the rack sign in right center field. Back-to-back home runs for the Sea Dogs.
Another off-speed pitch. It's got a little bit too much of the plate from Travis Kuhn, and Mikey Romero puts it right off the train sign. 106 off the bat, 375 feet.
Makes it now an 8-5 Sea Dog lead. Still only one out, and it looks like the Phil's bullpen is still quiet, but not for long. Looks like Wesley Moore is now going to get up and begin to get loose as Caden Rose now bats. Rose came on as a defensive replacement for Alan Castro, who was shaken up diving for a play in the outfield. And the 0-1 pitch to him is over for a called strike 2. So Kuhn gets ahead of Rose now, no balls and 2 strikes. So this is Rose's first official at bat. And swing and a miss as he chases one up high, and they get the second out. And that will bring the guy that got this inning started, Justinson Garcia, to the plate. Garcia started it with a single, came around to score. So 2 outs now for Garcia. Garcia 1 for 2 on the night. The first pitch to him is over for a called strike 1. And the 0-1 pitch is a bit high, I believe, for a ball. It's 1-1. Good news is the Phils put up 2 runs in the bottom of the 7th inning at Citizens Bank Park. They now lead the Dodgers 3-0. With the Dodgers coming to the plate at the top of the 8th. Garcia started and stopped, but the ball is over for a called strike. It's 1 ball and 2 strikes now. Jesus Luzardo's night is over in Philly. 7 innings, give up 2 hits, walked 2, struck out 8. Matt Strom now on to pitch the 8th for the Phils. This one fisted foul and out of play. It's 1-2. So the Phillies trying to give the Los Angeles Dodgers their first loss of the season after an 8-0 start. One-two pitch. That's up high for a ball. It's 2-2. Established in 1928, the Manor Golf Club is one of the oldest public courses in eastern Pennsylvania. Located between Philadelphia, Lancaster, and Allentown and Sinking Spring, it offers a true test of golf on a championship-style course. Visit themanorgolfclub.com for more information. 2-2 pitch, misses outside again. It's 3-2. Kuhn trying to finally set the Sea Dogs down here in the 6th, but he does not succeed as he misses up high, and Garcia draws the walk.
So Blaze Jordan will be the 11th Sea Dogs hitter to come to the plate this inning. Inning that started with running up 5-1, and Portland has totally flipped this game up on its head.
They've mixed 4 hits with 2 walks and a hit batter. As Blaze Jordan, who was one of the 2 batters hit his last time up, takes one up high for a ball. It's 1-0. Swing and a miss. Jordan going for it all, comes up empty, and the count is 1 ball and 1 strike. Garcia takes his lead off of first. 1-1 pitch. Up high again, it's 2-1. And it's been the recurring theme throughout the night. When the Phils pitchers have missed, they've missed by a ton. They've not been nibbling. 2 balls and a strike. That's on the outside corner for a called strike 2. 2-2 pitch. Way outside again. It's 3-2. Again, not even a close pitch. It's a ball out of their hand. So it's a very easy take for the batter. Garcia will be off on the pitch with 2 outs on a 3-2 count. Lifted into shallow right field. Going to be a long run for Pineda, and drifts into foul territory and falls harmlessly. Garcia was sprinting around, and
he's already at home.
He will have to go back to first and probably tell Blaze Jordan, dude, can you call timeout? Just give me a breather here. He was motoring. But the ball falls foul, fortunately for the Phils, because that was in no man's land down the first baseline.
Probably thinking, hey, take your time, Blaze, getting back there and digging back in.
Yeah, he can't take a pitch for him because it's 3-2. But he could maybe give him a timeout. So Garcia will take his lead off at first and right back with the 3-2 pitch. Fouls another one down the first baseline. And misses way up high, ball 4. So the struggles continue for the Fightin's bullpen here on opening night. That will bring Ronald Rosario to the plate.
Does not look like Al Padrique is coming out.
I don't know that Moore is not. Brad Burgesson will come out instead.
Looks like
Wesley
Jack Dallas is actually throwing now in the bullpen.
And that might be why. I think it was Wesley Moore initially. Maybe they changed it, got Dallas up, and so they need a little bit more time. So Burgesson will walk to the mound a lot slower this time. As Ronald Rosario is the scheduled batter with 2 on now and 2 out. 7 runs in already in this inning for the Sea Dogs. And Travis Kuhn trying to work out of any more trouble. And there's been plenty of it in this inning. Garcia, for some reason, during the pitching change, came to the dugout.
Maybe they have oxygen in the dugout?
Now he has to sprint back to second base. So even if he got oxygen, he just used it back up again. He's running all over the place. So Rosario to the batter's box. Kuhn back to the mound. This is up high. One 1-0 pitch. Broken bat, fisted on the right side. Kuhn will field it, toss to first in time for the 3rd and final out. But 7 runs across for the Sea Dogs in the 6th. They do it on 4 hits. They leave 2. We'll head to the bottom of the 6th. It's now Portland 8, Reading 5. Wyatt Olds back out there for the Sea Dogs here in the 6th. Brand new complexion to this ball game as the Fightins now take the bats to the plate, trailing for the first time, 8-5.
Yeah, big inning here for the Fightin' Phils. I mean, you still got 4 at-bats left, but if you can find a way to scratch 1 or 2 across here and just feel a little bit better about yourselves, I think that would go a long way.
Aiden Miller will lead it off, and he's the one who got the 3-run inning started the last time up with a solo home run. His lone hit of the night, his first Double-A home run. On a line drive that just barely cleared the left field fence. May have actually hit the yellow line and then found its way into the seats. And Wyatt Olds winds and delivers the pitch. And Miller takes it on the inside corner for a called strike 1. Miller to be followed by Leandro Pineda and Keaton Anthony. That's 2, 3, and 4 in the Phils lineup as they now trail by 3. That one's low for a ball. 1 ball and 1 strike. Holds the right-hander, winds and delivers. Comes sidearm with that one and almost hit Miller. It's 2-1. Sea Dogs play Miller to pull in the infield, pretty much straight away in the outfield. Started and stopped and takes it outside. They'll appeal, but he did not go around, and the count is 3-1. It's a good pitch for Miller to sit on here. Slow roller left side, give me a tough play for Tyler Miller. Charges and throws, not in time. Aiden Miller will beat it out for an infield single. Leads off the 6th.
Well, Aiden Miller hit one very far and very hard last time, and that one he doesn't hit it that far and doesn't hit it that hard, but both result in a hit.
So he's 2 for 4 with Pineda at the plate, who's 2 for 3. He's also scored a couple of runs. Singled in the first, doubled in the 5th. Left-handed hitter rolls this one towards second. Ferguson flips to short for 1. Relay is in time for a 4-6-3 double play.
Yeah, Pineda hit it hard, 103 off the bat, but unfortunately it was too hard and right at the second baseman, Ferguson. That's as tailor-made of a double play ball as you get.
This day in baseball town history presented by Body Zone Sports and Wellness, official workout facility of the R-Phils. Going back to April the 4th of 2003 here in baseball town, Seung Hak Lee throws a 6 shutout innings in the Phils' 5-0 win over Altoona. Dating back to the previous season, Lee threw 31 straight innings without allowing an earned run. He would extend that streak to 33 innings before surrendering a run in the 3rd inning at Altoona, his next time out, as Keaton Anthony at the plate now for the Phils with nobody on and 2 out. Takes a couple of pitches outside the strike zone, and it's 2 balls and no strikes to Anthony. Fists this one foul and slicing out of play. The count now 2 balls and 1 strike. Dodgers batting in the top half of the 8th inning. Phils now lead at 3-0. Dodgers do have something, nope, they did have something going on, but Joe Ross came in and ended that. So that quickly we head to the bottom of the 8th in Citizens Bank. It's still 2-0, 3-0. Swing and a miss, strike 3, and Keaton Anthony is retired. So it started out with a base hit, but that quickly the inning ends for the Phils in the 6th. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, and none left. 6 complete in baseball town. 8-5 Sea Dogs. And as we head to the top half of the 7th inning is another pitching change for the Fightin Phils as the Laverne University Golden Wolves called the bullpen will bring in the right-hander Jack Dallas.
Dallas, who spent pretty much all of last year with Jersey Shore, did make 2 appearances with Reading, went 5-2 with 3.32 ERA. 41 appearances, struck out 59 over 57 innings pitched, walked 18. Opponents hit 224 against Jack Dallas.
So he will try to be effective out of the bullpen because the bullpen so far tonight for the Phils has not been effective. Both Nelson Alvarez and Travis Kuhn having their issues tonight. Alvarez giving up 4 runs, Kuhn giving up 3. And the first pitch from Dallas is up and away to Max Ferguson leading off for Portland here in the 7th. Ferguson 2 for 3 on the night. As he fouls this one straight back, it's 1-1.
Wow, that net wasn't there.
You look jumpy.
I looked away
You thought that was coming right
I looked away for a
you.
second to get our next break set up, and I look up and I'm like, oh my gosh.
1 ball and 1 strike to Ferguson. This one's fisted in left field. That's going to fall for another Sea Dog base hit. They're 7th, and Ferguson has 3 of them.
Oh, we only had 1 ball in the booth so far. I think that was
true.
Memorial Day Sunday last year. Had another one come close. I think it was a night you weren't here. It was a high school football night. One hit like on just over like the top of it. Then one of the players' parents after the game was like, "Are you good up there? That one almost got you." I'm like, "Yeah, thank gosh for the little bit of protection we had up there."
In the meantime, the booth to our left, which is most often nights empty, has been peppered. I mean, and when I say peppered, I mean peppered. To the point where there was one night where it was so hot, it broke the glass.
It shattered the outside glass.
In the meantime, Tyler Miller is at the plate, and Dallas falls behind him 1-0. This one slapped the other way, and that's going to be a base hit. So Miller goes the other way as well. Back-to-back base hits for 2 left-hand hitters serving it into left field, and the Sea Dogs again attacking here in the 7th.
Yeah, that was hit by Miller in the usual shortstop spot, but with the lefty up and the runner on first, Aiden Miller was kind of cheating over towards the second base bag and just kind of hit it where Miller wasn't.
So that will bring Drew Earhart to the plate. Earhart came on for Mark Colsvari, the starting catcher. He was hit by a pitch with the bases loaded and hit in the helmet, and they took him out of the game, so Earhart came in to catch. And now bats for the first time. Here's a pickoff attempt. They throw behind, and just back in time. Ferguson just got the hand in before the tag applied by Trent Farquhar. That was pretty close. Good pickoff attempt. Pitch to the plate, hit him. Not a good way to start a series. That is the 3rd hit by pitch tonight.
And, well, it's the same spot in the lineup. That was Earhart who got hit, but it was Colsvari, the catcher, who got hit last time.
So we've had 3 Portland batters hit. We've had 1 Reading batter hit. Chad Epperson coming in to make sure Earhart's okay. He's going to walk with him down to the first base bag.
I wonder if part of it, too, is that Earhart might be hot right now after that, and Epperson might just be trying to calm him down a little bit.
The ultimate point in all of this is, are they trying to hit him? No. But batters never think that they're not trying to hit you. Batters always are always, I mean, you're mad because you got hit, but there's always that thought process that that there was some kind of a meaning behind it. But in the meantime, Portland now has the bases loaded, and here's Corey Rozier. First pitch to him, over for a called strike. Rozier busted this thing open with a grand slam his last time up.
Well, he has a chance to do that again. Hopefully he doesn't.
Aces loaded, nobody out. Top half of the 7th. Oh, 1 pitch is outside. It's 1-1. Phils have the infield up. trying to cut it off at home. Kind of halfway in between, just in case maybe they try to roll a double play here. 1 ball, 1 strike. There for a called strike 2.
Yeah, the middle, Farquhar at second, Miller at shorter, pretty much up. First baseman Anthony is a couple steps behind the leading runner, Earhart, and then Verdugo at third is pretty much even with the bag. So it's kind of that hybrid, but if it's hit hard enough, I think they're going to come home. All of them are in that spot. Maybe Anthony is the only one that can't come home unless it's hit really hard at him.
The left-handed batter at the plate. And a 1 ball and 2 strike count to Rozier. Drives this one into right field. Pineda again goes back to the warning track. He'll give way to the center fielder Prada, who will make the catch. Tagging and coming home, scoring easily as Max Ferguson. It'll be a sacrifice fly and another RBI for Rozier, and that makes it a 9-5 game.
Thought for a second Corey Rozier may have had himself another grand slam, but just a little bit under it, and Prado ran a long way to get it from center, more in the right center gap, but hey, still brings another run home, so good night for Corey Rozier. He's got 5 RBI.
Tyler Miller also moves up. He moves from second to third, and Ferguson comes across. First and third, and 1 out now at the top of the order, and Mikey Romero. Romero followed Rozier's home run with one of his own his last time up. He is 1 for 3 on the night, been on base twice, walked back into third and scored, so he's been on base twice and he scored twice. The first pitch to him is a ball. Swing and a miss when chasing after a pitch in the dirt. It's 1 ball and 1 strike.
And now infield, at least the middle, is back for the R-Phils. Farquhar and Miller to try and turn 2. Verdugo even with the bag at third with the lefty up in Romero, and then Anthony holds the runner on at first.
1 ball and 1 strike to Mikey Romero. Dallas delivers just a bit outside. Two balls and 1 strike. The pitch ripped into right field. That's going to be fair and down the line. Another run will score. Earhart rounding third, and they're going to wave him home. The throw to the plate is not in time. A 2-run double for Romero, and it's now an 11-5 lead for the Sea Dogs.
Yeah, Portland has busted this game wide open. 9 unanswered runs in the last 2 innings. That was an off-speed pitch down and into Romero, and just dropped the head of the bat right on it and lined it right down that line in right field for a 2-run double.
11 runs on 9 hits now for the Sea Dogs, and still only 1 out here in the 7th, and Caden Rose will now bat. Rose came on after an injury situation with Alan Castro as he started and stopped and checks his swing and fouls it straight back. So the bullpen has had its issues tonight on opening night here at FirstEnergy Stadium. No balls and a strike to Caden Rose, who struck out his first time up. That's over for a called strike 2. Romero takes his lead off of second. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Rose is a strikeout victim. That's out number 2. And that will bring up Distinction Garcia. Garcia on the night's been on base 3 times, a couple of walks and a single in 4 plate appearances. Hits this one fouled on the third baseline. So Romero back to second base. A 1 pitch to the plate on the outside corner for a called strike. Bullpen in Philadelphia is having some troubles too, as Tommy Edman has hit a home run in the top of the ninth in Citizens Bank Park to make it a 3-2 game. Dodgers still batting, and a pitching change in Philadelphia. 0-2 pitch here to Garcia. Checked his swing and fouls it away.
That's as defensive of a swing as defensive gets.
So Garcia still alive at 0-2. Jack Dallas trying to get the elusive third out. Another foul straight back. Garcia, the number 6 prospect in the Boston Red Sox organization. And one of the few in the top several that's not an infielder. They are loaded up in the infield, including Mikey Romero, who's one of their top prospects.
Marcelo Meyer, someone who we saw the last couple of years too.
He's now in AAA. No balls and 2 strikes again. Fouled straight back again by Garcia. We'll try it again at 0-2. Over for a called strike 3, and that ends the 7th inning. But not before Portland puts three more runs across again here in this 7th inning. They did it on 3 more hits. They leave 1. 7th inning stretch in baseball town on opening night. It's now Portland 11, Reading 5. We head to the bottom half of the 7th inning. This inning is brought to you by Swartz Culleton PC. Have you or a loved one been injured? Get justice. Call Swartz Culleton today at 1-800-JUSTICE. Wyatt Olds back out there for another inning of work for the Portland Sea Dogs. He will face Henry Mendez, Caleb Ricketts, and Luis Verdugo. That's the order due up for the Fightins here in the bottom of the 7th. What once was a 5-1 Fightins lead is now an 11-5 Fightins deficit. Mendez 2 for 3 on the night with a couple of singles and a ground out mixed between. First pitch to the left-hand hitters outside for a ball. 1-0 pitch. Again outside, it's 2-0. Mendez, 21 years of age, was acquired by the Phils in what's turned out to an interesting trade. They got both Robert Moore, who's in the Phils dugout right now, and Mendez for Oliver Dunn. As Mendez takes that one for a called strike one, it's 2-1. Mendez regarded as the Phils' number 24 prospect when this season got underway. Played last year at Jersey Shore at 284 with 3 home runs and 41 RBIs. 2-1 pitch. Outside, ball 3. Dunn traded after his excellent season here in Reading in 2022. Started the season last year in Milwaukee. Got off to a good start for the Brewers. 3-1 pitch to Mendez. Outside, ball 4. So Henry Mendez leads off the 7th with a base on balls. The first walk surrendered by Wyatt Olds since coming in. And he'll bring up Caleb Ricketts. Well, Ricketts has a couple RBIs on the night.
If you're going to come back in this game, you just got to find a way to get base runners.
And Mendez takes his lead off at first. Ricketts takes the first one at the letters for a called strike. There is a left-hander up in the Portland bullpen, but very rude of him to do so with a sweatshirt on.
I don't think he's throwing. I think he's just like throwing against air.
This one's slapped the other way, and that's going to fall for a base hit. So Caleb Ricketts goes the other way, and he's got himself his second hit of the night. And the Phils have something going here in the 7th. First 2 on, nobody out. Luis Verdugo, the batter, struck out a couple of times and hit by a pitch in this one. Took one off the hands in his last plate appearance. Phils left him loaded in the first. They left him loaded again into the 5th. 2 on, nobody out here in the 7th. First pitch to Verdugo is inside for a ball. So they've certainly seen enough of Wyatt Olds now to have him figured out in his 3rd inning of work. He's coming on in relief. With Tyler Umberstein, who started this game, as Verdugo swings and misses to make the count 1 ball and 1 strike. Mendez takes his lead off a second. Ricketts off a first. Pitch lifted straight up, foul territory down the first baseline. Blaze Jordan will call for it and squeeze it for out number 1. So now it's Elio Prado who will take a chance. Prado singled his last time up, 1 for 3 on the night. First pitch to him, way inside for a ball. Second one is also inside. It's 2-0.
Big news out of Philly. The Dodgers have lost the game. And it came at the hands of the Phillies. You know who couldn't do that? The Braves.
That's true.
Got swept.
Braves are 0-7 to start the season going into tonight. 2 balls and no strikes to Elio Prado. And he misses for a 3rd straight pitch. It's 3-0. And Phil's walked through another tight wire act in the 9th inning after Jose Alvarado did the same to finish off Thursday's game against Colorado. Tonight it was Jordan Romano who had some difficulties. 3-0 to Elio Prado. That's there for a called strike.
Yeah, he's taking all the way there on 3-0, which makes sense. 1 out, 2 guys on. You don't want to swing at something and run into a double play or anything like that.
So it's 3 balls and 1 strike now to Elio Prado. with 2 on and 1 out. Now time is called. I believe that was called by Olds.
And look, at this point, if you're Reading, you just got to find a way to keep the line moving. Keep getting guys on base and try to manufacture some runs.
And again, a delay. So if it was Olds the first time, it was Prado the second, or vice versa. But both have used their timeout here. And we'll try it again. And that's outside ball 4. So Prado does work the walk, and the Phils have them loaded. That's not the first time tonight, but they've had not a whole lot of success with the bases loaded tonight.
8 left stranded through 6. They've left them loaded twice tonight. We're going to get a mound visit here from Sean Isaac, the Portland pitching coach. Looks like someone is throwing now. It is a righty.
So Sean Isaac will make a visit to Wyatt Olds, who, again, is in his 3rd inning of work.
The righty Giovanni Cruz is up and tossing in the Sea Dogs bullpen in left field.
But he literally got up only moments ago, so he's a ways from being ready to go. That's why Isaac is stalling for time. Home plate umpire Josiah Shepard is going to go up and break up the visit at the mound. And Andrik Nava is going to step to the plate. Bases loaded, 1 out. Again, Phil's left the bases loaded in the first. They did it again in the 5th. Now, they scored runs in both of those innings, but ultimately left the bases loaded in both. By the way, Jake, did you know that the Atlanta Braves not only are 0-7, but no team in the history of Major League Baseball has ever gone 0-7 and made the playoffs?
Well, that's
so the Braves might as well
know.
just stop right now. First pitch to Nava, beats it into the ground, slow roller, first base side. Olds only has 1 play, underhands at the first just in time. In the meantime, Henry Mendez will come across with the run. It makes it an 11-6 game.
And that was very close to being an infield single. Olds kind of threw it a little bit high, but Blaze Jordan, who's played a lot of first base in the Red Sox system, does a good job going up for it and holding the bag.
So Nava out on the ground out, gets himself an RBI, but now there's 2 outs in the inning. Ricketts moves up to 3rd, Prado to 2nd, and the top of the order and Trent Farquhar at the plate. Fist this one foul and out of play.
I think the way to describe Trent Farquhar, he's a hitter. 5'7", not a big guy. He's not going to hit a lot of home runs, but he's someone who just puts bat on ball. And I know you talked about it. Al Patrique, very, very praiseful of him this morning on the morning show.
No balls and 1 strike. To Farquhar, who takes it on the outside corner for a strike. It's no balls and 2 strikes.
Yeah, it's a good spot. Change up, puts it right on the outside corner. Tough pitch to pull the trigger on if you're Trent Farquhar.
Farquhar trying to extend the inning for the Fightins. And he takes this one outside. That's a great take. It's 1-2. So they try to see if they can get him to chase after catching the outside corner with the 2nd strike. Farquhar stays off. It's 1-2. Hit hard on the right side, but to the second baseman. Ferguson will make the play in time for the 3rd and final out. For the Fightins in the 7th, they get a run. They do it on just 1 hit. There were no errors, and they leave 2 more on base. We've completed 7. It's now Portland 11, Reading 6. We head to the top half of the 8th inning. The Fightins have work to do, and so does Jake Starr. He's going to take over play-by-play.
Top half of the 8th inning, Fightin Phils trail it 11-6 against Portland. And while we wait for the top of the 8th inning to begin, let's talk about B2 Bistro. You're looking for a dining experience that blends history with flavor. B2 West Reading inside the historic narrow fabric building offers a hip industrial vibe with a garden-to-table menu. Enjoy handcrafted coffee at our B2 Cafe or savor fresh, locally sourced dishes inspired by American and Mediterranean bistro-style cooking. Plus, our bar features rotating craft beers, eclectic wines, and expertly crafted cocktails. B2 Bistro and Bar is proud to be a 2025 Fightin Phils team feed partner. As the first pitch to Blaze Jordan from Jack Dallas. There's a fly ball out towards center that Elio Prado comes in and makes the catch for out number 1. And that'll bring Ronald Rosario to the plate now for the Sea Dogs. Fifth time drew the order tonight for Portland. And the first pitch from Dallas home is been inside for a ball. It's 1-0. Jack, who comes from a baseball family, has a brother Chad, who we've seen a few times with the Fisher Cats over the last few years. The 1-0 is swung on and missed. It's 1-1. Portland has action again in their bullpen as the 1-1 is swung on and grounded to third. Verdugo waits back on it, and the third baseman's throw is in time for out number 2. So good start to this inning for Jack Dallas, and that will bring Max Ferguson to the plate for Portland. I know Portland had Cruz going last inning.
That's who it is. It's still Giovanni Cruz.
Wyatt Olds has given the Sea Dogs a good effort tonight. I kind of roughed up in the 5th, but that's been it. First pitch to Ferguson, a bit down. It's 1-0. They will check, and third base umpire Garrett Nelson will say no swing from Max Ferguson, who's had himself a good night. He's 3 for 4 in his season debut. 1-0 home is down. 2 balls, no strikes. Max Ferguson, who missed pretty much most of last year on the injury list from mid-April to mid-August, awaits the 2-0, which will take down. It's 3 balls and no strikes. It was a great crowd tonight on hand here in Baseball Town. As the sun is set, temperature starting to cool down some. 3-0 is up and away, so after 2 quick outs from Jack Dallas, it's a 4-pitch walk to Max Ferguson, and that will bring Tyler Miller to the plate, who's 1 for 4 tonight.
At the 7th walk, I believe, for the Phil's pitchers, plus they've hit 3 batters.
Looks like it's the 8th actually.
Walk.
Looking
it's the 8th walk.
back at it. Yep. First pitch to Miller, swing and a miss. It's 0-1. And walks hit by pitches, I think that will be the thing when you look back on tonight's game. It's going to be that and the runners left on base, too. Yep. Of course, look, if Reading comes back, throw that all out the window. But if they don't, those will probably be the 2 things that stand out most tonight. As Dallas fires the 0-1 and just misses a bit outside, evens up the count at 1 apiece.
Yeah, because you're going to look, and I mean, to the naked eye, you look and you talk about the grand slam, the back-to-back home runs, the grand slam, and then the solo home run from Rozier and Romero. But it's what got those bases loaded was a couple of walks and a hit by pitch.
I don't know who it was, but one of the players on the Sea Dogs just did a mad sprint from the dugout all the way out to the bullpen.
There's been a lot of guys going back and forth between that dugout and the bullpen. Well, they don't have, remember, they don't have a bullpen catcher. Well, unless they're sending Rosario down there to help him catch.
When he's not,
because their bullpen catcher's now playing.
Oh, that was a close one, Bob. I think it nicked the top of the foul ball that was straight back towards us. I think it nicked the top of the railing.
It was coming right in our direction.
And I think if it didn't nick that, it may have came right to us.
It certainly ran out of steam.
Yeah.
I just figured it was afraid to come in.
It's afraid of us, Bob.
Yeah.
1 ball, 2 strikes to count to Tyler Miller. Runner on first, 2 outs in the 8th. Pitch home is swung on and slapped the other way towards third. Verdugo charges. Third baseman fires in time. And that'll end the top half of the 8th inning. No runs, no hits. 1 man left for the Sea Dogs. 6 outs to work with for the Fightin' Phils. They trail it 11-6. Bottom half of the 8th inning, Fightin' Phils trail it 11-6 against the Portland Sea Dogs. And usually at this time we would take a look at our Fightin' Phils team leaders, but there are no team leaders because it's opening night. But our team leaders are presented by PA Army National Guard. So we'll take a look at that for the first time tomorrow night. But now we do have a new pitcher in for the Sea Dogs. It's Giovanni Cruz, the 25-year-old from the Dominican Republic. Signed as a minor league free agent out of the Padres organization this past offseason, Bob.
Pitched at San Antonio, the Padres AA affiliate. Pitched in 23 games, all out of the bullpen. Went 1 and 2 with a 4.55 earned run average in 29 and 2/3 innings. Struck out 35, walked 16.
So Aiden Miller leads things off. He's had himself a good night as he swings and misses at the first pitch. It's 0-1. Miller, a home run in the 5th, a single his last time up in the 6th. Fightin' Phils trail at 11-6 in the home half of the 8th. Pitch home, Miller, another big swing and a miss. It's 0-2. Fooled on back-to-back pitches from Giovanni Cruz. Miller just down to a knee after those swings. Way out in front of it. He'll take time and step back in. So 0-2 to the Phillies' number 2 prospect.
Ooh.
And that pitch is up and in. I don't know how in the world that did not hit Aiden Miller.
No, I don't either.
Ducked out of the way of it like cat-like reflexes.
Yeah, it's kind of a pretty strong look back to the pitcher's mound from Aiden Miller.
So it's 1-2 now to Miller. Pitch home. Swing and a miss, struck him out. Cutter at 87 from Cruz that Miller is out in front of. And that's out number 1, and that'll bring up Leandro Pineda.
That's some pretty big swings in that at bat for Aiden Miller. I think he had pretty much made up his mind that he wanted to put a dent in that scoreboard a little bit.
So now it's Pineda from the left side. 1 out, bottom of the 8th. And the first one to him's down and in tight. It's 1-0. Couple of hits tonight for Leandro Pineda. Single in the 1st, double in the 5th. Scored a run both times he's reached tonight. 1-0 home. Is swung on and lifted foul to the left side. One home. Swing and a miss, 1-2. Just very big swings to start this inning.
Yep, same with Aiden Miller is what's happening now with Leandro Pineda. As Phils are thinking about trying to get all those 5 runs back themselves. You got to string together innings here, get men on base. Unfortunately, Phils have done that tonight. They just have not done it effectively.
1-2 is a check swing, but home plate umpire Josiah Shepard will say Pineda went. So he goes down on strikes. Back-to-back strikeouts for Giovanni Cruz to start this 8th inning. And that brings Keaton Anthony to the plate Got to give credit to Wyatt Olds, too. 3 innings,
Yeah.
5 hits, 2 runs, both earned, 2 walks, 3 strikeouts. Roughed up a little bit in that first inning in the 5th, but from there, you know, wasn't perfect, but did his job, and he's the pitcher of record for Portland tonight. First pitch to Anthony is taken down. It's 1-0.
Yeah, he flirted with some troubles over the course of his time out there, but he, in the end, as Jake said, did his job.
Anthony, the University of Iowa product, 23 years old. Next pitch and tight to him. It's 2 balls and no strikes. Looks like Reading's bullpen's quiet, so might see Jack Dallas. And that is up. It's 3 balls and no strikes to Anthony. And the 3-0 is down, ball 4. Gets away from the catcher, Jordan. And Anthony is aboard via a walk. And that'll bring Hendry Mendez to the plate for the Fightin' Phils.
Wesley Moore is up for the second time. I don't know that he has thrown yet. There's been twice that I looked down there and he had taken the sweatshirt off and was kind of walking around the pitcher's mound in the bullpen, but he still isn't throwing yet. He's now down close to the fence with the sweatshirt off. I mean, generally, don't take the sweatshirt off unless you're coming in, or at least you're going to warm up.
First pitch to Mendez will get the outside corner for a called strike. It's 0-1.
He may be just in just in case kind of spot that if Dallas starts to get in trouble, that they'll get him up.
0-1 is down. It's 1 ball and 1 strike.
But you would think with a 5-run deficit right now, the Phils don't want to waste a pitcher if they don't have to.
Yeah, Dallas is also a guy that can go multiple innings.
Right.
He has started some games, 1-2, swing and a miss. Now it's been more like we saw from maybe like Christian Hernandez, Carlos Francisco, the last couple of years, like opener type, 2, maybe 3 innings.
Right. And when I say waste a pitcher, I just mean that you don't want to get somebody up, have him warm up with a 5-run deficit. You're hoping that Dallas can get the 3 outs that they're looking for in the top of the ninth.
1-2 just bounces, gets away.
It hit him.
So it hit him on the bounce.
Hit him on the foot, I think.
And that's going to be a hit by pitch.
Yep. That becomes number 5 between the two teams.
I wonder at what point, there's been spring training, but there just looks like a lot of rust between both sides tonight.
Yeah, I mean, some of it you can think about, you're just trying to get your pitches. There's some adrenaline involved in this. You're overthrowing some pitches. Some of it I just think is some control problems. Again, these are the things that you think about, especially on the opening night of a series. Like, these things can fester a little bit as it piles up. I think warnings have just been issued.
No, I think he was saying mound visits remaining.
Okay.
Yeah,
I thought he was pointing to the dugout as if.
I think he was signaling
all right.
X amount of mound visits yet left.
Okay.
Because nothing has seemed intentional tonight.
Absolutely.
Pitch to Ricketts is over for a strike. It's 0-1.
I honestly think that we as broadcasters and more so we as fans kind of make more out of it than players do anymore.
No balls, 1 strike to count to Ricketts. 2 on, 2 outs in the 8th. The pitch is over for another strike. It's 0-2. Similar spots on those first 2 pitches to Ricketts, who finds himself in a hole. 11-6, Portland leads, bottom half of the 8th inning. Anthony leads off second. Mendez gets the lead off first, and the pitch is swung on and lifted foul. Defensive swing from Ricketts on a fastball top of the zone. Cruz, who's been sitting about 98 with that fastball. And the 0-2 is down and in, 1-2. Ricketts, who was with Reading all of last year, did have a few stints on the injured list. 75 games in total for the Fightin's catcher. And I think the Phillies want to see him play at least 4 days a week, if not more. Maybe DHs one day too. 1-2 is swung on and a tapper foul towards the right side on deck circle.
It's a big season, really, for Caleb Ricketts, as much as it is for what the Phillies would like to see from him in this position. I mean, again, JT Realmuto is 35 years of age, coming up on a contract. They want to know what's a line ahead in the Phillies catching situation.
1-2 to Ricketts is swung on and popped in the left, not deep, rose in towards the line, and the left fielder makes the catch to retire the side in the 8th. No runs, no hits. Fightins do leave 2 on base. We'll head to the 9th. Reading trails it 11-6. Top half of the 9th inning. Fightin Phillies trail it 11-6. And there's a new pitcher in for the Fightin Phillies, Bob. It's Wesley Moore.
Well, as we said, Wesley Moore was stirring around down there and had taken his sweatshirt off, so he really was getting loose, and the 25-year-old lefty will come into the game. Went undrafted and signed as a free agent by the Phillies from Kansas State back in 2022. Last year, split the season between Jersey Shore and Reading. 12 games in Jersey Shore, Reading 16 more, all obviously out of the bullpen. Did not have a decision in either spot. The ERA in Jersey Shore was 2.61. Here in Reading, different story at 5.65. In his time in Baseball Town, 14 1/3 innings pitched, 15 strikeouts, and 7 walks.
And Moore's got some exciting stuff, just battled some injury issues a season ago. And first batter he'll get is Drew Earhart, the catcher, and he'll take a breaking pitch for a strike. It's 0-1. On the injured list last year from May 19th to July the 30th. Also did pitch in the Arizona Fall League last year. 0-1 is swung on and missed by Earhart, 0-2. Earhart, who was hit by a pitch his last at-bat, the 0-2 to him, is swung on and hit straight back foul. Mark Colesbury started this game for Portland and ultimately left this game after being hit by a pitch in the 6th. 0-2 is swung on and just lofted foul. Defensive swing to the right side. Fightins and Sea Dogs back in action tomorrow night, 5:15 game time. First 1,500 kids get a Our Phil's team photo thanks to our friends at Feasers. And the next pitch is swung on and popped up. First base side foul territory. Ricketts over towards the home dugout, and he'll make the catch for out number 1, which will then bring Corey Rozier to the plate. Wesley Moore, signed with the Phillies November of 2023 out of Kansas State. November, obviously a more odd time to sign as a undrafted free agent. In Wesley Moore's case, first pitch to Rozier is swung on and fouled back. It's 0-1. But Moore was kind of waiting things out with the NCAA to see if he could get another year of eligibility with the whole COVID thing. And they ruled pretty late that he couldn't. So then he kind of had to scramble at the last minute and eventually signed a pro deal with the Phillies a couple of years back in the fall. 0-1 is a ball, and they'll peel on the swing. Third base umpire Garrett Nelson will say Corey Rozier held up. Moore began his college career at Cal State University at Northridge. And he's got a 1-1 count and an out to Corey Rozier. Pitch home is swung on and rolled over foul, first base side. And it's 1-2 as Keaton Anthony tosses that foul ball to some fans in the right field grandstand. Fightin trail by 5. They'll have the bottom third of the lineup due up. See if maybe they go to any pinch hitters next inning. Got Marcus Lee Sang, Cade Fergus, Paul McIntosh on the bench. One, two is outside, 2-2. Robert Moore also on the bench for the Fightin Phils. So some options if Al Padrique wants to dig a little deeper in the 9th inning. 2 balls, 2 strikes, and an out to Corey Rozier. Pitch home. Swung on and dribbled foul to the right side. Rozier has been in Portland the last handful of years. Plays right field for the Sea Dogs. And the pitch home is just inside for a ball, and it runs the count full. Rozier tonight had the big swing, the grand slam earlier, and the 3-2 misses low and away, and that's another walk issued by Fightin's pitching. 9th in total tonight. And that'll flip the lineup card back over to Mikey Romero, who's got himself a homer and a double this evening. So Romero digs in from the left side, lefty on lefty matchup. And the first pitch from Moore is a bit down. It's 1-0. Rozier gets his lead off first. Pitch home is outside again. It's 2-0. Running infield, looking to turn 2. Miller at short, Farquhar at second. Both pinch towards the bag in a couple of steps. Anthony does not hold the runner at first. Verdugo is about a third of the way down the line towards second at third. 2-0 is a changeup that's dropped in for a strike. It's 2-1. Outfield pretty straight up. A little shallow as Mendez in left. 2-1 is hair outside. 3 balls, 1 strike to count Mikey Romero as Alan Castro. Actually, excuse me, Caden Rose awaits on deck. Alan Castro left this game earlier. Three balls, 1 strike to count to Mikey Romero. Wesley Moore fires, and that'll miss outside, ball 4. So back-to-back walks issued by Wesley Moore, and that'll bring Caden Rose to the plate. As the Fightins look for a ground ball to try and get out of this inning. So said Caden Rose came into this ball game about midway through for Alan Castro. First pitch home. Didn't hit him, somehow didn't. And it sneaks behind Ricketts, but neither runner advanced.
Yeah, I don't know exactly what happened there. I don't know if it went between his legs and it hit off of Ricketts' gloves somewhere between the way Rose was trying to avoid being hit by the pitch, and it went off of his glove, and it should have allowed both runners to move up, but they didn't bother.
One 0 home is swung on and lofted foul behind home plate. It's 1 ball and 1 strike to Caden Rose. Just 35 games last year for Caden Rose between Single A Salem and High A Greenville. 1-1 is swung on and belted deep center field. Prado is back. He will turn, and it is off the top of the wall. Around third is Rozier Holscore. Over to third is Romero. He had to hold up. So it's an RBI double for Caden Rose, and that makes it a 12-6 ball game.
And that's where your base on balls just continue to pile up for this pitching staff tonight, and they just have been punished. They have not controlled the strike zone. They have not controlled the pitches, whether it's been walking batters or putting people on base by hit by pitch, and the Sea Dogs have fouled it up with enough big hits in big spots that they have just busted this game open and racking up the numbers.
So second and third one out for Junction Garcia. Infield will stay back with runners on second and third. First pitch is a bit down for a ball, and the changeup, it's 1-0. Sixth time up for Garcia. He's 1 for 3, couple of walks mixed in and a run scored. 1-0 is up with the letters, 2 balls and no strikes. Rose on second, Romero on third, pitch home, and that's over for a strike. It's 2-1 to Garcia. Number 6 prospect in the Red Sox system, according to MLB Pipeline. And the 2-1 home is a bit outside, 3 balls and 1 strike. Very impressive 2024 season for Garcia. Led all Red Sox minor leaguers in home runs with 23 long balls for the 6-foot, 163-pounder. 3-1 is up. That's ball 4, and that'll load the bases. Third walk issued by Wesley Moore. Does not appear to be any action in the Reading bullpen.
No, it's kind of what we were talking about before this inning started with Jack Dallas in terms of not wanting to get another pitcher up. It's going to get Brad Ferguson to come out and talk to Moore, but again, they don't want to get another pitcher up in this spot. With a 6-run game here in the 9th inning, you're just trying to get through this inning. If the team can rally with the bats, it's another story, but you just don't want to use up more pitchers on the opening night, the first game of the season. But if you can't throw strikes, got to do something.
Wesley Moore, the 5th pitcher used tonight. Feels like it's been quite a while since Gene Cabrera started this game. 4 2/3, 2 hits, an earned run. Did walk 4, struck out 3.
That's the only thing really that's the knock on what Cabrera's effort was tonight, was those 4 walks. But in the end, he gave up 2 hits, struck out 3, gave up a run in 4 2/3 innings, and it wasn't a bad outing. But it has spiraled since then.
Ultimately, control will be the big thing for Cabrera, which wasn't really an issue a year ago. First pitch, swing and a miss to Blaze Jordan. It's 0-1. Gene Cabrera just 33 walks and 106 2/3 innings pitched. So if he cleans that up, I think he's in for a really, really good year. Bases loaded, infield back, 1 out, top 9. 0-1 is inside. It's 1 ball and 1 strike. Blaze Jordan tonight, 0 for 3. He's also been hit by a pitch, walked, scored a run. That one's inside. It's 2-1. It's been a heavy dose of changeups from Wesley Moore tonight. as he's down to the count 2-1 to Jordan. Pitch home is up and away. It's 3-1. Blaze Jordan, Red Sox number 22 overall prospect. Looking for a big hit here to kind of really put this one out of reach. Pitch home is down and in, ball 4. So 4th walk issued by Wesley Moore brings home a run. Mikey Romero scores. Blaze Jordan walks again and has an RBI. Bullpen remains quiet for the Fightin' Phils as Ronald Rosario comes up for Portland.
I hate to say this, but this might get to the spot where we end up with a position player in this game.
Yeah, I think if you're Reading, you don't really want to burn another arm at this point. Bases loaded, Rosario up. First pitch is a strike. It's 0-1. Ronald Rosario tonight's 0 for 4. Did walk and score a run back in the 6th. Infield still back for Reading. 0-1 is swung on and fouled. It's 0-2. And if you're Reading, you just desperately need a ground ball right here. Right to Miller, right to Farquhar. Just turn 2 and get out of this inning. Wesley Moore's at 32 pitches. Good chance he's probably done for the rest of the weekend after tonight, pitch count wise. 0-2 is down. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
That's really been a lot of the frustration in this, that they have missed so many pitches. They've bounced pitches up, pitches way outside, way inside. It's not just that they're missing. They're not getting squeezed in any way. That's the point of all of this. They have been wild.
Next pitch is swung on and fouled straight back. It'll stay 1 ball and 2 strikes. Toronto Rosario. 80 games last year, 99 games last year with High A Greenville. Led the team in RBI and hits. 95 base knocks for Rosario last year. 1-2 home. Swung on and fouled straight back. It stays a ball and 2 strikes. (13-6), Portland on top. Top half of the 9th inning. Ball and 2 strikes, 1 out. Toronto Rosario, who bats with the bases loaded. Long look in for Wesley Moore. And pitch number 36 from him is down and in. It's 2-2. Counts even at 2. Moore fires. Swing and a miss. Struck him out. First strikeout for Wesley Moore. And 2 outs, that'll bring Max Ferguson, who's the 8th guy to hit this inning for the Sea Dogs. And Al Patrique's coming out. There's no one warming up in the bullpen.
I'm telling you, this is going to be a position player.
Unless this is a, how are you feeling? But no, Brad Ferguson already came out.
Yeah.
So you have to make a pitching change.
It's got to be a position player. It's the only thing I could figure.
So Moore's coming out.
Yep.
And Cade
Fergus.
Fergus is coming in the pitch.
Yep.
So
not the way you want an opening night to go.
Cade Fergus is coming in. We'll step aside for a moment. Back after this on the Fightin' Phils Radio Network. Well, new pitcher in for the Fightin Phils, making his professional pitching debut is Cade Fergus.
I can't give you his pitching numbers, Jake.
And the first pitch is a bit high for a ball to Max Ferguson.
But we do know he has an arm.
83 on that first pitch.
Cade Fergus has a cannon as an outfielder.
1-0 is a bit down. It's 2-0. It's coming up as a changeup. I don't really think you can assign a pitch type at this point.
Just hope he can throw strikes.
And that's a bit up. It's 3-0. Not sure the last time Cade Fergus pitched in a competitive game. It hasn't been at the pro level. And that's ball 4. It's a 4-pitch walk. Alan Caden Rose scores. Everyone else up a base. And that'll bring Tyler Miller to the plate. And that's swung on and popped up. Shallow right. Trent Farquhar, the second baseman, goes out. Makes the catch, and that'll retire the side in the top of the 9th. Sea Dogs get 3 more. They did it on just 1 hit. No errors, and the bases are left loaded. We will head to the bottom half of the 9th inning. Fightin Phils trail it. It's 14-6. Home half for the 9th inning. Fightin Phils down 14-6 to the Sea Dogs. And it'll be the bottom third of the lineup. Luis Verdugo will lead off in this home half of the 9th inning. Don't have an attendance number. Actually, we do have an attendance number for you, so we will bring that to you here now. Our attendance tonight at FirstEnergy Stadium, 7,112. Thanks to our friends at PSECU for presenting tonight's attendance. PSECU is proud to be one of the largest credit unions in Pennsylvania. So, great crowd on hand tonight. 6,300 in Park, 7,100. The official attendance, so another great opening night atmosphere. And the fun continues all weekend long. Like we said, got team photo tomorrow. And Sunday is a mystery bobblehead giveaway for the first 1,000 kids. First pitch to Verdugo was swung on and dribbled foul down the third base line. It's 0-1. First pitch tomorrow, 5:15. We'll be on the air at 5 o'clock on our pregame show. Once again, thank you to everyone for tuning in tonight on our regular season debut broadcast on 830 WEEU.com.
They'll get prettier. We won't, but they will.
That's why we're on radio. No one can see us.
That's true.
Ball on a strike to Luis Verdugo. 24-year-old infielder. Signed to the Phillies as a minor league free agent this past offseason. And the 1-1 is swung on and hit well towards straightaway center field. But it'll stay in the ballpark as Garcia's back, and the center fielder makes the catch. And that is out number 1.
We have a little bit of a different look going tomorrow night for the Phils with Gabe Moser, veteran right-hander going, but also local product. Played his high school baseball in Parkland, in the Allentown area.
A couple of local pitchers, handful of local pitchers
True.
actually on this team. Got Gabe Moser. That first pitch to Prado was foul down the right field line.
Whoa!
Nice catch.
Nice left-handed bear catch.
How about that?
Now, we don't know that he's not naturally left-handed, but
I mean,
he
barehanded
did that
still.
well.
No balls and a strike. Ilio Prado is swung on and grounded towards short. Romero waits back on it and throws wide. So that's going to be, we'll see if they roll it, whether it's an infield single or an error on Romero, who's already got an error tonight.
Yeah. He did not play it well, kind of backed up
He
on
waited
it.
back, yeah.
Yep. And then off balance with the throw. The throw pulled the first baseman, Jordan, off the bag.
It is going to be an error. So second error tonight on Mikey Romero. But yeah, Gabe Moser from the Allentown area. Andrew Bechtold from Chadds Ford. Played his high school ball at Garnet Valley. First pitch to Nav is a strike. It's 0-1.
Braden Fosnotz from Danville.
Danville played his college ball at Westchester.
So they're either from Pennsylvania or Venezuela on this pitching staff.
Nava fouls it back. It's 0-2.
Quite the diversity. I think, if I'm not mistaken, there are 6 native players native of Venezuela on the Fight Phil's roster.
Nothing into the count to Nava. 1 for 4 tonight with a couple of strikeouts.
That is correct.
0-2 is swung on and a ground ball second. This could be it. Ferguson flips to short for 1, relay to first in time. It's a 4-6-3 game-ending double play. So the Portland Sea Dogs get their revenge for the Fightin' Phils opening day victory a year ago and pick up the opening day victory tonight in a game that was a long one, 3 hours and 16 minutes in total. And there were a lot of walks. Definitely not the cleanest game in the world, but the Fightin' Phils do fall 14-6 tonight. And, you know, if you're the Fightin' Phils, just got to kind of forget about this one quickly, wipe the slate clean, and move on to tomorrow. That's going to be a 5:15 game. But we'll talk about tomorrow in a little bit. Bob McCool will have your post-game show coming up after this on the Fightin' Phils Radio Network.
Welcome back to the Reading Fightin' Phils Radio Network, where opening night of the 2025 season does not go so well for the Fightin' Phils. It started out well, but it did not end so well. The Phils in the bottom half of the first inning did get a couple of runs. Trent Farquhar led it off with a single, and after an out, Leandro Pineda followed that up with a single. Farquhar going to third base, but runners at the corners with 1 out. Keaton Anthony at a ground ball to short. Mikey Romero could not handle it and allowed Farquhar to score. He gave Keaton Anthony an RBI and put the Phils on the board at 1-0. Henry Mendez then followed with a single, and Caleb Ricketts plated Pineda with a single as well to put the Phils on top 2-0. But with the bases loaded, Luis Verdugo and Elio Prado struck out, and the Phils left the bases loaded, and that seemed to be a bit of a precursor of things to come for the Phils in this game. The Sea Dogs got their first run in the third inning, and they did it with essentially what was a steal of second with a runner at third base, and the runner at third base, Mikey Romero, came home for the run to make it a 2-1 game. The Phils then looked to be in a great spot in the fifth when Aiden Miller led it off with a line drive that just cleared the wall in left field for his first Double-A home run, and it put the Phils on top 3-1. They were not done. Leandro Pineda followed that with a double. Keaton Anthony followed that up with a single to put runners at the corners and nobody out. Henry Mendez then singled home Pineda, and on a fielder's choice off the bat of Caleb Ricketts, it brought Keaton Anthony home for the third run of the inning. The Phils had a 5-1 lead, but again, after a hit by pitch to Verdugo and a single by Prado, they had the bases loaded again, but Nava struck out and Farquhar struck out to end the inning for a second time in the game. Phils with the bases loaded and one out and back-to-back strikeouts to end it. It left it at a 5-1 game, and then things turned ugly in the sixth inning when the Phils bullpen came apart. First, Nelson Alvarez ran into trouble with some hits, hit a batter, walked a batter, and they turned things over to Travis Kuhn. He hit Mark Kolzvari with a pitch to drive in a run, and then Corey Rozier made him pay for it with a grand slam, followed by Mikey Romero's solo home run, and a 7 spot for the Sea Dogs changed the game into their favor. They added 3 more in the 7th and 3 more in the 9th, with Reading getting 1 more in the 7th inning, thanks to a Henry Mendez walk, a single by Caleb Ricketts, and then eventually a ground out by Andrick Nava to drive in the run. But the Phils bullpen struggled mightily tonight, surrendering a grand total of 13 runs and also walking 13 batters. So it was not a pretty night for the bullpen for the Phils tonight. They did, again, put up some numbers, but it's just impossible ultimately to overcome the walks and the hit by batters. In total, the Phils pitching staff surrendered 13 walks and hit 3 batters. So the final numbers in this one go for the Portland Sea Dogs: 14 runs on 10 hits. They committed 2 errors, and they left 11 on base. For the Fightin' Phils, they scored 6 runs. They did so on 13 hits. They did not commit an error, and they left 12 on base. So the two teams combined to leave 23 batters on base. Wyatt Olds gets the win. Travis Kuhn will take the loss. The game played tonight in front of 7,112 on a great night here in Baseball Town for baseball, and ultimately in 3 hours and change here tonight for opening night. So that does it for opening night, 3 hours and 16 minutes to be exact in the time frame of the game. Lots of walks, lots of batters on base, and as a result of that, a long game tonight for the Reading Fightin' Phils, and unfortunately a frustrating start to the season. But we'll do it again tomorrow night. It's the beauty of the game. There's always another one tomorrow night, and we are just getting started here in Baseball Town. And the Fightin' Phils and the Sea Dogs back at it tomorrow night. First pitch tomorrow night is at 5:15. The Diamond Credit Union Plaza will open up at 3:15. The Seating Bowl opens up at 4:15. There are some showers in the forecast in the morning, but we should certainly be able to have the game in without a problem tomorrow night. Let's hope Mother Nature is cooperating, and we hope to see you here at the ballpark. If you can't make it out, we invite you to tune us in on the Reading Fightin' Phils radio network, and we're, again, glad and happy to be a part of the WEU. We thank the Treese Media Group for making it all come together, as our Fightin' Phils broadcasts are now available for you to listen to at 8:30 WEU.com. As it will be tomorrow night again, our coverage will get underway tomorrow night at 5 o'clock here from FirstEnergy Stadium. For my broadcast partner, Jake Starr, my name is Bob McCool. Thanks for listening, everyone. The Portland Sea Dogs put the win in the win column, and the Fightin' Phils will look for their first win of the season tomorrow night. The final score tonight, Portland 14, Reading 6. Thanks for listening, everyone. We'll talk to you right back here tomorrow night at FirstEnergy Stadium. Have a great night, everyone.